your brain is lying to you, and you don't even know it. Every day you trust your thoughts, your memories, and your choices. But what if I told you much of it is an illusion? From invisible biases to silent glitches in your mind, psychology reveals truths that are stranger than fiction. In this video, we'll uncover the most shocking facts about how your brain really works. Facts that will quietly shift how you see yourself, others, and the world around you. Your mind won't look the same again. The pain of the mind. When we think of pain, we often imagine the sting of a cut or the ache of a broken bone. But what happens when the hurt comes not from a wound on the body, but from a wound to the heart? Science has shown something remarkable. Our brains don't distinguish as much as we think. Emotional pain, like rejection or heartbreak, activates the same neural circuits as physical pain. In moments of deep sorrow, MRI scans reveal that regions such as the anterior cingulate cortex and the insula, the same areas triggered by physical injuries, light up, mirroring the brain's cry for relief. Heartbreak is not just a metaphor. The brain processes it as something viscerally real. This overlap explains why being dumped, left out, or betrayed can feel like a punch to the gut. The ache in your chest, the knot in your stomach, the heaviness in your limbs, these are not just symbols of sadness, but reflections of real neurological distress. And yet, unlike a physical wound, emotional pain leaves no visible trace. No one can bandage a broken heart. That's perhaps what makes it harder to heal. We walk around carrying invisible injuries with no crutches, no casts, and no visible scars to earn the sympathy others might offer for a limp or a sling. What's more, the memory of emotional pain can linger longer than its physical counterpart. A broken bone mends, but the sting of being abandoned or humiliated can resurface with surprising force, years after the fact. Studies have shown that when people recall emotionally painful experiences, the brain reactivates those pain centers almost as if reliving the moment. In contrast, remembering a physical injury often doesn't rekindle the same neurological response. It's as though emotional wounds reopen each time they're remembered, refusing to dull with time as neatly as bruises fade. This brain-body connection also sheds light on why rejection hurts so profoundly. Evolutionary psychologists suggest that being socially excluded once posed a genuine threat to survival. In our tribal past, to be cast out meant to be cut off from shelter, food, and protection. The brain, then, evolved to treat social pain as seriously as a physical injury. This wiring persists today, even though the stakes have changed. A missed invitation or a cold shoulder might not endanger your life, but your brain reacts as if it does. It panics, it aches, it screams for connection. Interestingly, certain remedies for physical pain seem to influence emotional pain too. Research has found that common over-the-counter painkillers like acetaminophen can slightly ease the distress of social rejection. The overlap is not just metaphorical, it's chemical. Our emotional and physical suffering are joined in the architecture of the brain, quietly mirroring one another in every wince, every sob, every silent heartbreak. And when we soothe the one, the other may follow. This shared circuitry also helps explain why touch is such a powerful comfort. A warm hug, a held hand, even a gentle pat on the back can ease both kinds of pain. Touch releases oxytocin, lowers stress hormones, and sends calming signals through the nervous system. It tells the brain, you are safe, you are held, you are not alone. In this way, physical presence becomes emotional medicine, reminding us that healing often begins not in the mind, but in the arms of another. Despite this, society still treats emotional pain as something to get over or snap out of. We honor broken bones with time off, sympathy, and rest, but broken hearts are met with silence, shame, or the expectation to carry on. Yet the brain does not discriminate. It suffers in both cases, and it needs time, support, and understanding to recover. Perhaps if we saw emotional pain as no less real than a physical injury, we'd extend to ourselves and others a deeper kind of kindness. Understanding this connection can transform how we view mental health. It reminds us that we are not imagining the hurt. That grief, loneliness, rejection, they all leave real marks in the mind. And that healing is not a matter of willpower, but of patience, compassion, and the slow reweaving of broken neural threads. The same brain that processes joy and love must also weather sorrow. And in that shared circuitry lies not just our vulnerability, but also our humanity. The decision before you know. We like to think of ourselves as the authors of our actions, the decision makers standing at the helm of choice, steering our lives with deliberate intent. But neuroscience tells a stranger story, one that quietly undermines the illusion of free will. In study after study, scientists have discovered that our brains often make decisions before we are consciously aware of them. In some cases, the neural signatures of a choice can be detected seconds before a person even reports making a decision. The implications are unsettling. If the brain is already in motion before the mind catches up, then how much of what we choose is truly ours to claim? This subconscious steering happens beneath the surface of awareness, like a deep ocean current guiding a ship from below. In a famous experiment, researchers used brain scans to monitor activity while subjects were asked to press a button with either their left or right hand, whenever they chose. Though participants believed they were making spontaneous choices, the researchers could predict which hand they would use up to 7 seconds in advance, simply by watching patterns of brain activity. The conscious mind was the last to know. It's not that the conscious mind is irrelevant. It plays a role in reflecting, interpreting, and sometimes overriding impulses. But much of what we call decision-making is more like a post-game commentary than a live broadcast. The subconscious brain weighs possibilities, runs simulations, and reaches conclusions, while the conscious self arrives just in time to explain or justify what was already underway. It's as if you're handed the script only after the play has begun, and you read your lines believing you wrote them. These hidden mechanisms are not inherently sinister. They evolved to help us navigate a complex world quickly and efficiently. Imagine if you had to consciously think through every step of walking, every nuance of speech, every micro-decision while driving. The mind would stall under the weight of infinite choices. The subconscious filters, prioritizes, and acts fast. It's the silent engine that makes daily life manageable. But when we assume we're fully in control, we mistake the echo for the origin. This unconscious processing isn't limited to motor actions. It influences preferences, judgments, and even moral decisions. You may walk into a room and feel uneasy without knowing why. You might trust one face and distrust another, based on subtle signals your subconscious has rapidly assessed. First impressions are often less about deliberate evaluation and more about deep brain pattern recognition built from a lifetime of experience. We feel the result before we know the reason. Even in complex scenarios, like falling in love or choosing a career, our brains are working beneath the surface, scanning for patterns that match our memories, fears, and desires. You might think you fell in love at first sight, but what actually happened was a cascade of unconscious processes evaluating scent, symmetry, voice, expression, and familiarity. The conscious mind catches the wave, but it didn't stir the waters. The attraction began before you had time to name it. This understanding can be both humbling and liberating. Humbling, because it reminds us that we're not fully in control, and that much of who we are is shaped by unseen forces. But also liberating, because it means we can stop blaming ourselves for every impulse or emotion that rises unbidden. Instead of trying to control every thought, we can become more aware of them, observe the tide rather than resist it. In that awareness lies the possibility of choice. You can't stop your subconscious from acting, but you can slow down and listen. You can notice when you're being pulled in a direction and ask why. You can create space between impulse and action, where consciousness reclaims its place. True agency may not lie in being the first to decide, but in learning how to respond when the decision emerges. And in that moment of reflection, however brief, you find your freedom. The mind is not a simple stage, with a spotlight illuminating every act. It is a layered theater, with most of the work happening behind the curtains. And as strange as it seems, the play often begins before you even realize you're part of it. But knowing that can change how you participate. You can be more than an actor reading lines. You can be a witness to your own unfolding, with curiosity instead of control. And in doing so, you may come to understand that freedom isn't about always being first. Sometimes it's about choosing how to follow the gorilla you never saw. There's a strange trick the mind plays, not with illusions or dreams, but in plain sight, right in front of your open eyes. It's called inattentional blindness, and it reveals something astonishing. You can miss the obvious simply because you're looking elsewhere. This isn't just about distraction. It's about how attention filters your reality. When your mind is focused on a task, even something as startling as a person in a gorilla suit walking through a scene can become invisible. Not metaphorically invisible, truly unseen, as if it were never there at all. The most famous demonstration of this came in a psychological experiment where participants were asked to watch a video of people passing a basketball and count how many times the ball was passed between players in white shirts. Halfway through the video, a person in a full gorilla costume strolled right into the center, thumped their chest, and then walked out. It should have been impossible to miss. And yet nearly half of the viewers didn't see it. They were so focused on the counting task. Their brains filtered out everything else, including the gorilla. This is not a flaw in vision. It's a feature of attention. Your brain is designed to highlight what's important and discard the rest. In a world overflowing with sensory data, this selective focus is a survival skill, but it comes with a cost. What you don't expect, you don't see. This is why accidents happen at intersections, even when the driver says, "I never saw the other car." It might be true. Their brain, busy scanning for familiar threats, filtered out the unexpected. Inattentional blindness affects more than visual perception. It shapes how we experience people, places, and moments. You may be so absorbed in a task that you miss someone's subtle cry for help, so focused on your phone that you fail to notice a sunset slipping away, so lost in your own worries that you walk right past a chance for joy. The world is always showing us more than we realize, but we only see what we're prepared to see. This cognitive quirk also reveals something deeper about how perception works. We don't passively absorb the world, we construct it. The brain doesn't simply record what the eyes see, it edits, emphasizes, erases. What you notice becomes your reality, and what you miss might as well not exist. Attention is not just about focus, it's about permission. You give certain things access to your awareness, and everything else waits in silence, unseen. It's tempting to believe that we are always aware, always present. But inattentional blindness humbles that belief. It reminds us that our view of reality is a narrow beam of light in a vast, shadowed room. We see where the light falls. The rest remains in darkness until we turn our gaze. And sometimes the most surprising truths lie just outside that beam, waiting to be noticed, if we're willing to widen the lens. Understanding this can change how you move through the world. It can make you more forgiving of others when they seem oblivious, more aware of your own blind spots, and more curious about what you've been missing. The gorilla in the room is not always a joke or a test. Sometimes it's a person you've overlooked, a feeling you've ignored, a part of yourself that's been trying to be seen. To truly see more, you must slow down, pause, shift your focus, let your mind wander from the task long enough to glimpse the edges. There is always more than you expect. And often, the most important thing is not what you're looking for, but what you never thought to see. The yawn that travels. Yawning seems like such a small, simple act. An unconscious stretch of the jaw, a deep inhalation, a brief flicker of fatigue. But hidden inside this everyday gesture is something quietly mysterious. Yawning doesn't just happen in isolation, it spreads. Seeing someone yawn, hearing a yawn, even reading or thinking about yawning can trigger the same reaction in you. It moves from one person to another like a ripple through water. This isn't a trick of suggestion. It's a window into something deeper, connection. Because as strange as it sounds, the yawn you catch may be a signal of empathy. Scientists have long puzzled over why yawning is contagious. Unlike laughter, which we associate with joy, or crying, which we tie to sorrow, yawning doesn't carry a clear emotional message. And yet, it moves through groups with a kind of silent coordination. It turns out that the more empathetic you are, the more in tune you are with the feelings of others, the more likely you are to catch a yawn. This odd behavior may be a relic of ancient bonding, a biological whisper reminding us that we're not alone. Children don't catch yawns until around the age of 4, when their capacity for empathy begins to develop. People with certain neurological conditions, such as autism or schizophrenia, who sometimes struggle with social cues, are less likely to be affected by contagious yawning. It's not about sleepiness or boredom. It's about connection, mimicry, and resonance. Your brain mirrors what it sees in others. A yawn becomes a soft signal of synchronicity, a sign that your nervous system is subtly syncing up with someone else's. This phenomenon belongs to a family of unconscious imitations that help us bond. We mirror each other's expressions, match tones of voice, reflect posture without realizing it. These are all micro mirrors of empathy, ways we say without words, "I'm with you." Yawning, then, might be an ancient, primal version of that same message. In a group, it could have helped synchronize alertness, regulate collective rest, or simply affirm shared emotional states. In modern life, it lingers as a quiet, mysterious echo of those communal instincts. Even animals show signs of this phenomenon. Chimpanzees yawn when others do. Dogs have been shown to catch yawns from their human companions, suggesting that this instinct might not be strictly human. It may be wired into the very roots of social mammals, a shared reflex that reinforces trust and awareness. When your dog yawns after you do, it might not be tired. It might just be feeling close to you. The act of yawning itself is also biologically curious. Some theories suggest it cools the brain, helping regulate temperature and keep you alert. Others think it stretches facial muscles or increases oxygen intake. But none of these fully explain the contagious nature. That part still feels more like emotion than biology, a bridge from one mind to another that bypasses logic and words entirely. The next time you find yourself yawning after someone else, pause for a moment. Notice the invisible thread that just connected you. Something in you recognized something in them. It wasn't a thought. It wasn't deliberate. It was your nervous system reaching out, mirroring feeling. That shared breath, that open mouth, that brief moment of mirrored stillness. It's more than fatigue. It's a subtle communion. A gesture that says, "I see you. I feel you. I'm with you," even if we never speak. And in a world where connection can feel fragile, these small signs matter. A simple yawn might be a reminder that empathy lives not only in grand acts, but also in the quiet mimicry of breath and body. Even in stillness, we reach for each other. Even in sleepiness, the heart listens. And sometimes the softest signals carry the deepest truths. Faces in the sky. You glance at the clouds and see a smile. You notice a face in the front of a car, the outline of eyes and a mouth on a power outlet, or a startled expression in the folds of a towel tossed on a chair. These moments aren't just imagination running wild. They're reflections of a deep and ancient pattern in your brain. It's called pareidolia, the tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, especially faces in random or ambiguous images. And it's more than a curiosity. It reveals something essential about how your mind works, what it values, and how it keeps you safe. The human brain is exquisitely tuned to recognize faces. From the earliest days of life, infants are drawn to the shape of a human face. 2 eyes and a mouth, spaced just so. This preference becomes hardwired over time. A specific region of the brain, the fusiform face area, lights up when we see faces. But it doesn't just respond to real ones. It reacts to almost faces too, arrangements of dots, shadows, and shapes that resemble facial features, just enough to trigger the circuit. To the brain, it's better to see a face where none exists than to miss one that does. Pareidolia is a kind of evolutionary safeguard. In our distant past, recognizing another face quickly, whether friend or foe, could mean the difference between survival and danger. If you thought you saw a face in the bushes and were wrong, the cost was small. But if you didn't see the predator staring at you in the dark, the cost could be your life. So the brain developed a bias toward false positives. It would rather see 100 imaginary faces than miss a single real one. But pareidolia isn't only about survival. It also reflects our deep hunger for connection and meaning. We are social creatures, wired to find faces because faces are how we relate. We read emotions in a glance, understand intentions in an expression, feel comfort in a familiar look. When we project faces onto objects, we're not just misfiring neurons. We're anthropomorphizing the world, bringing it closer, softening its edges. The moon becomes a face watching us. The toaster becomes a sleepy friend. The world becomes less lonely. This instinct to find faces reaches into our culture and mythology. Ancient stories speak of faces in the stars, gods in the mountains, spirits in the fire. Religious icons have appeared on toast or stained windows, stirring awe or belief. Artists play with this phenomenon too. Think of hidden faces in surrealist paintings or the subtle expressions carved into architecture. These aren't just tricks of design. They tap into a primal current running through our perception. Interestingly, pareidolia also sheds light on how subjective our reality is. The same shape that looks like a face to one person may appear meaningless to another. Our brains don't merely receive the world. They interpret it, project onto it, and fill in gaps. What we see is never just what's there. It's what we're prepared to see, what we expect, what we need. A face in the clouds, then, becomes not just a pattern, but a mirror, revealing something about our inner world as much as the outer one. So the next time you see a face in a tree trunk, or a startled expression on a building facade, don't dismiss it as nonsense. Smile at it. Recognize it for what it is, a small signal from your brain, reminding you how tuned in you are to connection, how deeply your mind seeks meaning in the chaos. In a world of randomness, pareidolia offers you a glimpse of familiarity, a ghost of recognition, a shared language between you and the sky, the mind that awakens at night. As your eyes close and the world fades into quiet, it feels like everything slows down. The body relaxes, the breath deepens, and consciousness slips into sleep. But inside your head, something entirely different is happening. While your body rests, your brain begins a journey of its own, one marked not by stillness, but by startling activity. In fact, during certain stages of sleep, your brain becomes more active than it is during the day. It hums, it pulses, it ignites with light and movement. The night is not a shutdown, it's a symphony. This heightened activity occurs especially during REM sleep, or rapid eye movement, the stage most associated with vivid dreaming. Brain scans during REM show bursts of electrical activity similar to when you're fully awake. Regions tied to memory, emotion, and imagination come alive, creating dreamscapes that are at once strange and meaningful. Your brain is busy sorting the experiences of your day, sifting through emotions, organizing memories, and even rehearsing future scenarios. While your conscious self is unaware, the deeper self is hard at work. Dreaming isn't just random mental static. It's thought in disguise. It's how the brain integrates what you've seen, felt, and feared. Studies show that people who are deprived of REM sleep struggle more with emotional regulation and memory retention. Without dreaming, the emotional residue of the day lingers. The brain uses this time not just to recall, but to heal. It takes the raw material of your waking life and gently stitches it into something whole, something you can carry into tomorrow. But the brain's night work doesn't stop with dreams. Even in non-REM stages, it cycles through patterns that cleanse and recalibrate. It strengthens neural connections that matter and prunes away the ones that don't. Like a gardener at midnight, it weeds out noise and waters the roots of learning. This is why sleep isn't just rest, it's restoration. You wake not just with renewed energy, but with a rewired mind shaped subtly by what happened in the dark. Ironically, we often think of nighttime as a period of shut-off. Yet the brain never sleeps the way the body does. It shifts into different gears. It trades action for introspection, output for processing. The outer world dims, and the inner world lights up. This contrast reveals something deep. You are more than what you do while awake. A part of you lives and thinks and remembers even in sleep. That quiet intelligence is always at work, always watching, always shaping who you are becoming. This nocturnal activity also explains why sleep is so critical for emotional balance. When you sleep, your brain replays emotional experiences, particularly those that are complex or unresolved. It doesn't just store them, it reinterprets them. That's why something painful might feel less sharp in the morning, or why clarity comes after a night's rest. The brain has done its work behind the scenes, softening edges and connecting dots. What felt confusing before might now make quiet sense. And still, there are mysteries. Scientists don't fully understand why the brain becomes so active during sleep, or why dreams feel so necessary. But perhaps the answer isn't just in biology, it's in balance. The brain, like the moon, has phases. There is light and shadow, activity and silence. To be human is to live between those phases, to oscillate between doing and dreaming, between outward focus and inner renewal. Better than average. Ask a room full of people if they think they're better than average drivers, and most hands will rise. Calm, confident, sure of their skill, each one convinced they handle the road with more precision and awareness than others. But here's the twist: statistically, that can't be true. Not everyone can be above average. In fact, by definition, half must be below. This strange math of self-perception is more than just a funny quirk. It reveals a deeper psychological bias known as illusory superiority, and it runs through much more than driving. Illusory superiority is the tendency to overestimate your own qualities and abilities compared to others. It's why so many people believe they're smarter, kinder, more honest, or more attractive than the average person. The effect is strongest in areas where self-assessment is subjective or hard to measure. Driving is a perfect example. You can't feel your own blind spots. You can't measure how close you came to an accident that didn't happen, but you remember the reckless driver who cut you off. You forget the moment you nearly drifted into another lane. This mental bias isn't about arrogance, it's about protection. The human mind is wired to preserve self-esteem. Believing that we're competent, responsible, and capable gives us confidence to navigate a complex world. If we constantly doubted our skills, we'd freeze in indecision. Illusory superiority cushions us, allowing us to move forward. But like all psychological armor, it can become a blindfold when worn too tightly. When we're too sure of ourselves, we stop seeing our flaws, and that can lead to real consequences. In the case of driving, overconfidence can be dangerous. The belief that you're better than others can lead to risk-taking, speeding, checking your phone, rolling through stop signs, assuming others will react to your mistakes. I'm careful, you think. It's other people who need to watch out. But the road doesn't care who thinks they're above average. It responds to what actually happens. And sometimes, the most dangerous driver is the one who thinks they have nothing to learn. This illusion extends far beyond traffic. In workplaces, relationships, and politics, people routinely overrate their contributions, insight, and virtue. It's why teams break down, why arguments escalate, why leaders ignore criticism. Everyone sees themselves as the exception. Everyone believes they're the one doing it right. And yet, when everyone believes this, the room becomes filled with mirrors instead of windows. No one sees clearly because everyone's too busy seeing a better version of themselves. But this bias isn't all bad. In moderation, it fuels ambition. It helps people take on challenges they might otherwise avoid. Believing you can succeed, even if the odds say otherwise, can drive real progress. The danger comes when confidence turns into certainty. When you no longer question your judgments, your habits, or your place in the crowd. That's when illusion becomes isolation. So how do you see past it? It starts with humility, not the self-deprecating kind, but the honest kind. The kind that says, I might be wrong. The kind that listens before speaking, watches before judging. When you approach life with curiosity rather than conclusion, you open a path to real growth. You might still believe you're a good driver, but you'll leave room for the idea that others are too. And in that shared space, perspective deepens. The echo in your mind. Your mind isn't just a tool for thinking, it's a storyteller. And like any storyteller, it wants consistency, clarity, and certainty. That's why it favors the familiar, why it clings to beliefs and resists contradiction. Deep down, your mind wants to be right, so it builds a quiet echo chamber around you, filtering what you see, hear, and accept. This is called confirmation bias, the tendency to seek, notice, and remember information that supports what you already believe, while silently ignoring or dismissing anything that doesn't. It happens almost invisibly. You read an article that aligns with your views and feel a rush of validation. You scroll past another that challenges them, barely registering its message. When someone agrees with you, they seem wise. When they don't, they feel misinformed or biased. This isn't a conscious choice. It's a reflex, built into the architecture of the mind. The brain craves coherence. It dislikes conflict. So it smooths the edges of your beliefs, rounding them into certainty. Confirmation bias affects every part of life: politics, relationships, science, and even self-image. If you believe you're unlucky, you'll notice every setback and forget the quiet blessings. If you believe someone dislikes you, you'll read negativity into every glance, every silence. Your mind becomes a magnet for proof that you're right. But in doing so, it pushes away any chance to see things differently. It doesn't just seek the truth, it shapes it to fit your expectations. This bias doesn't mean we're irrational. It means we're human. Our ancestors didn't have the luxury of questioning every belief. Fast decisions meant survival. Believing the rustle in the bushes was a predator, even if it wasn't, kept them safe. Over time, the brain evolved to favor what feels true over what is objectively accurate. That same instinct still guides us, though the threats have changed. Now, it's not predators, it's ideas. But the brain responds the same way: defend, validate, protect. Even when we try to be objective, confirmation bias slips through. In research, it can sway how we collect and interpret data. In relationships, it can lead to misunderstandings, as we lock into one narrative about another person and filter out anything that doesn't fit. It can divide groups, harden opinions, and create walls where there could be bridges. The more convinced we are that we're right, the less we're willing to listen. And in that silence, truth gets lost. But there is a way to soften this grip. The first step is awareness. Recognizing that your mind has this bias doesn't make you weak. It makes you honest. The second is curiosity, asking, what if I'm wrong? Or what would I think if I believed the opposite? These questions don't threaten your beliefs. They refine them. They open doors instead of closing them. True strength is not in clinging to certainty, but in having the courage to explore doubt. Think of your beliefs not as stone, but as clay, something to shape, reshape, and hold gently. When you meet new information, try not to react, but to reflect. Ask yourself why you agree or why you resist. Listen, not to win, but to understand. Because only when you step outside your echo can you truly hear the full conversation of the world. Confirmation bias will always be part of the mind's landscape, but with self-awareness, it doesn't have to be the guide. You can choose to walk a little slower, listen a little deeper, and hold space for what doesn't immediately fit. And in doing so, you may find not just new answers, but a better way of asking questions. The confidence illusion. In the strange theater of the mind, confidence doesn't always match competence. Sometimes those who know the least speak the loudest, while those who have mastered a subject often speak with hesitation, even doubt. This curious mismatch is not a coincidence. It's a well-documented psychological effect known as the Dunning-Kruger effect, a pattern where people with low ability tend to overestimate themselves, while those with high ability tend to underestimate. It flips our expectations, revealing that ignorance and certainty often walk hand in hand. At the heart of this effect is a simple truth. You need a certain level of knowledge to recognize how much you don't know. Inexperienced individuals lack the very skills they would need to judge their own performance accurately. Without that insight, they assume competence. They feel confident because they can't yet see the gaps in their understanding. Their ignorance shields them from self-doubt. And in a way, that false confidence feels real, bold, unshaken, and blind. On the other hand, true experts see the landscape more clearly. They understand the complexity, the contradictions, the endless depth of their field. The more they learn, the more they become aware of what lies beyond their grasp. This humility doesn't mean they know less. It means they know enough to recognize the limits. Their confidence becomes quieter, more measured. They use words like probably, possibly, we're not sure. And to the outside world, that caution can be mistaken for uncertainty or weakness. This paradox plays out everywhere: classrooms, boardrooms, politics, social media. The loudest voices often belong to those who haven't yet seen the full picture. The quietest ones may carry the deepest insight. It's not that the uninformed are intentionally misleading. They truly believe in their perspective. That belief just isn't based on a solid foundation. It's built on assumptions, impressions, or a narrow slice of experience. And because they don't know what they don't know, they don't feel the weight of doubt. This effect is not about intelligence. It's about awareness. We are all vulnerable to it in some area of life. There are places where we feel more skilled than we actually are, and others where we sell ourselves short. The trick is knowing where that balance tilts. And that requires introspection. Not just asking, am I good at this? But how would I know if I weren't? Or what haven't I considered yet? True wisdom begins with that question. The Dunning-Kruger effect also invites us to be gentler with ourselves and others. When someone overestimates their ability, it's not always arrogance, it might be naivety. And when someone underestimates theirs, it might not be insecurity, it could be a sign of depth. Understanding this can shift how we judge competence, how we listen to confidence, and how we reflect on our own skills. It can make us more patient learners, more curious thinkers, and more humble teachers. So when you feel certain, pause. Ask yourself where that certainty comes from. Is it rooted in experience, in challenge, in learning, or in assumption? And when you feel uncertain, remember, doubt is often a sign of depth. It means you're thinking critically, honestly. It means you're growing. Confidence isn't about volume, it's about clarity. And real clarity often speaks in whispers. The Dunning-Kruger effect isn't a flaw, it's a mirror. It shows us the invisible gap between how we see ourselves and how we truly are. And in that gap lies the opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become something wiser than confident, self-aware. The myth of multitasking. We live in a world that worships speed. Productivity is king, and multitasking wears the crown. We pride ourselves on juggling texts while answering emails, listening to podcasts while working, flipping between apps and conversations as if our minds were built for it. But behind this cultural badge of honor lies a quiet truth. Multitasking is mostly a myth. Your brain isn't doing two things at once. It's switching, rapidly and inefficiently, between tasks, and each switch comes at a cost. The human brain has limits. While it can process multiple sensory inputs in parallel, like walking while listening to music, when it comes to conscious attention, it's surprisingly narrow. You can focus deeply on one cognitive task at a time. When you try to do two, the brain doesn't merge them. It toggles between them. That switching, even when it feels instant, uses up mental energy and slows you down. It's called task switching, and it creates something scientists call switching costs, little gaps in time and focus that add up more than we realize. Studies show that people who believe they are great multitaskers often perform worse than those who don't. They make more mistakes, take longer to complete tasks, and retain less information. This overconfidence in multitasking is part illusion, part habit. The brain becomes addicted to the novelty of switching, new tabs, new pings, new notifications. It feels busy, which we confuse with being productive. But behind that flurry of activity is a mind fragmented, constantly shifting gears, never fully arriving. Multitasking also affects memory and learning. When you split your attention, you reduce the brain's ability to encode information effectively. You don't remember things as clearly. You don't learn them as deeply. You may think you're absorbing content while scrolling and listening, but what you're actually doing is skimming the surface of both, missing the depth of either. True focus requires stillness, not of body, but of attention. This myth even reaches into how we interact with others. Ever try to listen to someone while checking your phone? You might hear the words, but you miss the tone, the pauses, the emotion underneath. Connection demands presence, and presence can't be shared with competing tabs in your mind. When we multitask in conversation, we don't just lose efficiency, we lose empathy. But here's the good news. The mind thrives when focused. When you give your attention fully to one task, something remarkable happens. You enter flow, a state where time softens, distractions fade, and the mind feels calm yet alive. It's in these moments that creativity sparks, memory deepens, and satisfaction grows. True productivity doesn't come from doing more. It comes from doing one thing well. So the next time you're tempted to multitask, pause. Ask yourself what matters most in this moment. Choose it. Commit to it. Whether it's writing, listening, thinking, or simply resting, let it be the only tab open in your mind. Give it the space to unfold fully. Your brain will thank you with clarity. Your body will thank you with calm. and your day will unfold not in scattered fragments, but in quiet, focused depth. Multitasking promises more but delivers less. It scatters energy, fragments thought, and dilutes experience. Focus, on the other hand, is simple and powerful. It brings depth to the surface. In a world of noise, focus is your silence. In a world of speed, it is your stillness. And in that stillness, everything sharpens. Everything matters. Everything is seen. The paradox of choice. We're told that freedom is having options, that the more choices we have, the happier and more fulfilled we'll be. And at first glance, that feels true. Who wouldn't want 100 paths to walk, 1,000 flavors to try, a limitless shelf of possibilities waiting to be picked? But beneath this modern abundance lies a hidden burden, a quiet, creeping weight, because when the choices pile up, the mind doesn't soar. It stalls, it doubts, it freezes. This is the paradox of choice. More options can make us less happy. In today's world, we are surrounded by decisions. What to eat, what to watch, what to wear, where to go, who to follow, what to become. Every moment seems to offer infinite branching paths. But with that abundance comes anxiety. You hesitate longer. You wonder what you're missing. You second-guess the choice you did make. Psychologists call this decision paralysis. The more options you face, the harder it becomes to choose at all. And when you finally do, the joy is often muted by lingering what-ifs. Part of the stress comes from the fear of making the wrong choice. When you pick one thing, you reject all others. The stakes feel higher, not because the decision is so important, but because the abundance of alternatives amplifies regret. You think maybe there was a better one. Even if the choice you made was perfectly good, satisfaction becomes slippery. The mind fixates on imagined losses rather than lived experiences. This mental tension doesn't only affect big life decisions. It seeps into the small and ordinary, browsing menus, scrolling through shows, shopping online. What used to be simple is now a maze of micro decisions. And the more effort you pour into choosing, the more you expect to feel rewarded by your final pick. But often, the result feels hollow. You wonder if you chose well. You wonder if you wasted your time. You wonder if too much freedom has made you less free. Ironically, having fewer options often brings more peace. When choices are limited, the mind can relax into what is available. You commit more easily. You savor more deeply. You don't waste energy chasing perfection, you settle into presence. This doesn't mean we should strip life of variety, but rather that we must learn to navigate abundance with awareness. Otherwise, we risk drowning in our own freedom. The key is not to avoid choice, but to shift how we relate to it. Begin by setting boundaries. Decide what matters most before stepping into the sea of options. Limit the number of things you consider. Embrace good enough rather than chasing perfect. Trust your instincts. Once you choose, commit. Let go of the idea that there was one ideal path, one flawless product, one perfect answer. There are many good ones. And peace doesn't come from having everything. It comes from appreciating what you have. The paradox of choice isn't a flaw in our world. It's a mirror reflecting the complexity of the mind. In a culture of endless possibility, simplicity becomes a form of wisdom. Restraint becomes strength. Choosing becomes an art, not about finding the best, but about finding enough. About saying yes and meaning it. About stepping into your decisions fully, without always looking back. The edges of memory. Memory doesn't treat all moments equally. It plays favorites. In any sequence, whether it's a list of words, a line of faces, or the chapters of a day, your mind tends to remember the beginning and the end most clearly. The first impression leaves a strong mark. The final moment lingers, but what lies in the middle often fades into a quiet blur. This psychological pattern is known as the primacy and recency effects, and it reveals something fundamental about how we store and recall information. The primacy effect tells us that we remember the first items in a list or series better because they arrive when our mind is fresh, alert, and uncluttered. We give them attention, rehearsal, and space to settle. The mind has room to hold them, and so they anchor themselves deeply. It's why the first words spoken in a conversation, the first scene in a film, or the first day on a new job tend to stick. Beginnings are powerful. They define tone, create expectations, and plant the first seeds of memory. The recency effect, on the other hand, captures the final items. These linger because they are still echoing in short-term memory, not yet swept away by what comes after. They're close to the surface, easily recalled. The last sentence, the final glance, the closing line, these moments stay with us, not because they are always more meaningful, but because they are more recent. The mind hasn't had time to forget them yet. They are still warm, still vivid. But in between these edges lies the middle, a stretch of moments that often vanish. These items or events receive less attention and rehearsal. They arrive when the mind is already partly occupied, and they leave without ceremony. This is why we struggle to recall the middle items of a list or the middle hours of a long day. Unless something unusual or emotionally significant happens in that middle, it fades more quickly than the start or the end. This pattern has deep implications, not just for memory science but for life. It helps explain why first impressions are so enduring and why last words matter. It shows why a weak beginning or a flat ending can make even a good experience feel forgettable. It's why we remember how something started and how it ended more than how it was throughout. The mind bookmarks life at the edges. Understanding the primacy and recency effects can also help you be more intentional. If you want someone to remember what you said, place the most important points at the beginning or end. If you're learning something new, focus more time on the middle sections that tend to be forgotten. In teaching, in storytelling, in conversations, structure matters. Memory follows rhythm, and the rhythm favors the edges. But there's a deeper lesson too. Our memories are not perfect recordings. They are shaped by where we focus, when we focus, and how events unfold. They are stitched together from highlights, not full timelines. This gives us room to shape how we remember, to give weight to what matters, to be more present not just at the start or the end, but in the overlooked middle. Because sometimes the best moments happen in the quiet center of things, unnoticed, unless we choose to notice. So when you look back on your day, your year, your life, you may find your memory clings to the firsts and the last. But don't forget to glance inward, toward the middle. That's where most of life happens. That's where the texture is. The ordinary, the real. And with a little more attention, that middle can begin to glow, no longer forgotten, but gently remembered. The gist of memory. You've held it, used it, and seen it more times than you could ever count. A penny, or maybe a coin from your own corner of the world. Its image is so familiar, so mundane it feels burned into your memory. But if you were asked to draw it, every detail, every marking, could you? Most people can't, not accurately. And that reveals something strange and humbling about the way our minds remember the world. Even when we see something daily, we don't store its full image. We store the idea of it, a shortcut, a gist. This phenomenon isn't a failure of memory. It's a feature of how memory works. The brain is not a camera, it's an editor. It doesn't record life in high resolution, frame by frame. It filters, simplifies, and prioritizes. For objects that are routine and unchanging, the brain quickly decides that details don't matter. It creates a mental template. This is a penny. Shape, size, color, roughly enough to recognize it again, but not enough to redraw it from scratch. Because the brain is efficient, not exhaustive. The penny test has been repeated in psychological studies. Even people who use coins every day struggle to recall the exact placement of words, images, or symbols. They often misremember which way the figure faces, what text is written, or where certain features belong. These aren't rare lapses, they're the norm. Because once the brain deems something unimportant for action or meaning, it moves on. Attention, not exposure, shapes memory. This selective encoding applies far beyond coins. Think about your keyboard, your toothpaste label, the design on your shampoo bottle, the pattern of tiles in your bathroom. You see these things every day, yet most of them are vague in memory. They don't need to be precise to be useful. Your brain stores what helps you function, not what helps you recall trivia. It saves space by compressing experience into manageable chunks, recognition without recollection. This process is known as semantic encoding, where the brain remembers the meaning or function of something rather than its surface-level details. It's why you know how to use a doorknob without remembering what yesterday's doorknob looked like. It's why you can drive a familiar route on autopilot but not recall the trees or houses you passed. When something becomes predictable, it fades into the background of awareness. But this limitation isn't a flaw. It's a trade-off. By not clinging to every detail, your brain frees up space for more important tasks. solving problems, imagining futures, navigating change. You don't need to know what's on the penny to spend it. You need to know what it's worth, when to use it, and whether it's even relevant. Memory is not about perfect preservation. It's about purpose. Still, this insight invites a new way of seeing. What else are we walking past every day without truly noticing? What else have we filed away under familiar and stopped looking at altogether? The world is full of patterns we think we know, but only barely remember. And sometimes, all it takes to bring them back into focus is a moment of mindful attention, a quiet look, a second glance. The magic number 7. Your mind is a remarkable machine, capable of recalling distant memories, solving complex problems, and imagining things that have never existed. But when it comes to holding on to something in the moment, just for a few seconds, there's a strict limit. Psychologists call this short-term memory, and its capacity is surprisingly modest. On average, your brain can hold about 7 items at once, give or take a couple. It's why phone numbers are typically broken into chunks, why lists beyond 7 start to slip, and why too much information at once makes you feel mentally full. This idea was first popularized by cognitive psychologist George Miller, who famously referred to it as the magical number 7, plus or minus 2. It's the number of things your brain can juggle in that mental workspace before it starts to drop pieces. Whether it's numbers, words, or simple facts, 7 is the tipping point. Beyond that, your short-term memory begins to struggle. You forget. You mix things up. You lose track of where you were. But this limit isn't a flaw. It's a reflection of the brain's balancing act. Short-term memory isn't about deep storage. It's about temporary holding. It's the notepad of the mind, where information is briefly jotted down before it's either forgotten or transferred into long-term memory. This limited space forces you to prioritize, to focus, and to simplify. It keeps you from being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of sensory input the world throws at you every second. One way the brain works around this limit is through a process called chunking. Instead of remembering 7 random digits like 4, 9, 2, 8, 1, 6, 3, you might remember them as 492, 816, 3. By grouping information into meaningful chunks, you can stretch your memory's capacity. That's why we use acronyms, rhythm, and repetition to retain things. Your brain isn't just remembering symbols, it's searching for patterns. Meaning helps memory survive. Understanding this limit also reveals why multitasking feels so draining. Each task you try to hold in your mind competes for a spot in that small workspace. Try to hold too many thoughts at once, and you'll start to forget things mid-sentence, lose your train of thought, or feel mentally foggy. It's not because you're unfocused, it's because your mental shelf is simply full. This knowledge can also guide how you communicate. Whether you're teaching, presenting, or writing, overwhelming someone with too many points at once reduces retention. Simplicity isn't just clarity, it's biology. When you want someone to remember something, keep it in bite-sized chunks. Repeat it. Group it. Let the mind breathe between ideas. The shifting shape of memory. We often think of memory as a recording, stable, faithful, and stored in some quiet vault in the mind. When we recall a moment, we imagine we're playing it back just as it happened, like rewinding a tape. But memory doesn't work that way. It isn't static. It's alive, fluid, and surprisingly unreliable. Every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs the event, and in the process, it may shift the details, insert new ones, or leave parts out entirely. The memory you carry today is not exactly the one you formed years ago. It's a story told again and again, rewritten each time you tell it. This happens not because the mind is broken, but because it's adaptive. The brain doesn't store memories like files on a hard drive. Instead, it rebuilds them from fragments, sensory traces, emotions, scattered bits of context. When you recall a memory, you're piecing together an experience using what's left behind. But in doing so, the memory becomes vulnerable to influence. New information can blend with the old. Emotions can color the facts. Imagination can slip into the gaps, and what feels real may not be entirely true. Psychologists call this memory reconsolidation. Each time a memory is retrieved, it becomes temporarily malleable. It can be strengthened but also distorted. That's why stories change over time. Details shift. People remember things that never happened, or forget things that did. Even confident memories can be wrong, deeply felt, emotionally vivid, and completely false. This isn't a rare glitch. It's a core part of how human memory works. There have been countless studies on false memories. People have been led to believe they met Bugs Bunny at Disneyland. Others have remembered being lost in a mall as a child, events that never occurred but were suggested subtly. In more serious cases, this malleability has affected eyewitness testimony, leading to wrongful convictions. The brain doesn't mean to deceive, it just fills in blanks with whatever fits best in the moment. And with each retelling, the version of the story that survives becomes the one you believe. But this isn't all bad news. Memory's flexibility also makes healing possible. We can reinterpret past events, find new meaning, and reframe painful moments. A memory once steeped in shame can later become a story of resilience. Our narratives evolve because we evolve. And in that sense, memory isn't just about the past, it's also about who we are now and who we're becoming. Still, it helps to know that memory is less about accuracy and more about interpretation. It's not a mirror, it's a painting. One that changes with every brushstroke of emotion, time, and attention. What we remember says as much about the present as it does about the past. It's shaped by what we value, what we fear, what we long for. So the next time you feel certain about how something happened, pause, not to doubt yourself, but to acknowledge the mystery. Memory is not a perfect record. It's a living story. And in that story, truth and perception dance closely, sometimes indistinguishably. By accepting this, we become more open, more forgiving, more curious. We soften our grip on the need to be exactly right, and instead embrace the beauty of being human, remembering not just to relive, but to grow. The memory that never was. Memory feels sacred, personal, untouchable. It's the thread we use to stitch together who we are, what we've done, and where we've been. But what if one of those threads was never real? What if a memory, vivid, emotional, detailed, wasn't something you lived, but something planted? In a startling study, researchers managed to convince ordinary people that they had committed a crime as teenagers, not through hypnosis, not through drugs, just through suggestion, subtle repetition, and trust in authority. And the participants not only believed it, they began to remember it. This study revealed something unnerving about how our minds work. False memories can be implanted. With the right conditions, social pressure, guided imagination, and a suggestion from someone you trust, the brain can create entire events that never happened. These aren't just vague feelings or fleeting images. These false memories often come with emotion, sensory detail, and a deep belief in their authenticity. The people in the study remembered being in trouble with the police. Some even added details that were never mentioned. It didn't just seem possible. It felt true. But how is that possible? The answer lies in how memories are formed and recalled. When we remember something, we don't pull it out of a vault. We reconstruct it, piece by piece, emotion by emotion. That process leaves memory vulnerable. Suggestion acts like a blueprint. It provides the frame. Your imagination fills in the rest. And the more you recall it, the more real it becomes. Repetition gives the memory weight. Emotion gives it color. Before long, it feels just like the others, just as real, just as solid. False memories can form in surprisingly ordinary ways. A parent tells a story from your childhood so often, you begin to see it in your own mind. A friend insists something happened on a trip you barely remember, and soon you nod along. Photographs, news clips, movies, they all blur with time. The mind doesn't distinguish the origin, it just accepts what fits. And once a false memory settles in, it's hard to tell apart from the truth. This doesn't mean your entire past is a fiction, but it does mean that memory is more fragile than we'd like to believe. It's shaped not just by events, but by how others talk about them, how often we revisit them, and what emotions we attach. Memory is social. It's collaborative, and that makes it powerful but also impressionable. The implications are enormous. In courtrooms, false memories have led to false confessions. In therapy, poorly guided recollections have created trauma where none existed. But even in daily life, this effect touches us all. It shapes how we view our past, how we judge others, and how we define ourselves. Sometimes we carry guilt or pride for things that may have happened very differently, or not at all. So what can we do? The first step is humility. Understand that memory is not perfect. The second is curiosity. When a memory feels too clear, too certain, especially if it appeared suddenly, pause. Ask where it came from. Ask what might have influenced it. Was it told to you? Did you imagine it once and then replay it? The goal is not to doubt every recollection, but to hold space for mystery, to allow for uncertainty, to acknowledge that the mind is as much a storyteller as it is a historian. The doorway effect. It's a familiar, almost comical moment. You walk into a room, stop mid-step, and suddenly realize you have no idea why you're there. A thought that felt so clear just seconds ago has vanished, like mist through your fingers. You retrace your steps, hoping the purpose will return, and often it does. This curious lapse isn't a sign of forgetfulness or distraction. It's a well-studied cognitive glitch known as the doorway effect, and it reveals something fascinating about how your brain organizes memory. The doorway effect occurs when crossing a physical threshold. A literal doorway causes a temporary disruption in short-term memory. Researchers have found that the act of moving from one space to another can trigger your brain to file away whatever was on your mental clipboard, clearing room for new information relevant to the new environment. It's as if your mind silently says, "You've changed locations, now let's change focus." The memory wasn't deleted. It was simply tucked away, harder to access in the new context. This phenomenon stems from how the brain uses context-dependent memory. Your surroundings act like invisible cues, helping you keep track of what you're doing and why. When those cues change, when the light, walls, smell, or layout shift, your brain assumes that what came before may no longer be important. It transitions you into a new mental state, ready for new tasks. But if you are still holding on to an idea, like grab your keys or check the laundry, that thread can be lost in the switch. The effect is stronger when the task or intention is mentally light, something you're holding in short-term memory rather than deeply encoded. That's why going back to where you started often brings the thought back. Returning to the original environment restores the sensory and spatial context, and with it, the thread of memory that was momentarily misplaced. You didn't forget, you just lost access. This doorway effect isn't a flaw. It's a sign of how efficiently the brain manages information. Our environments are rich with data, and your brain is constantly scanning for what matters most in each moment. Changing spaces prompts a mental reset, helping you stay focused on what's currently relevant. In ancient times, moving into a new space may have meant entering unfamiliar terrain, where different dangers or opportunities existed. A fresh slate helped you adapt quickly. But in the modern world, where we move fluidly between rooms, tabs, notifications, and thoughts, this reset can feel like disruption. The more often we shift, physically or mentally, the more opportunities for these micro-lapses to occur. Add stress, multitasking, or fatigue, and the effect becomes even more noticeable. We forget not because we're weak-minded, but because our brains are doing exactly what they were designed to do: filter, prioritize, and prepare for what's next. To work with the doorway effect, not against it, try pausing before you move. Say the task out loud. Create a mental anchor, something sensory or verbal, that links the thought to your intention. And if you do forget, go back. Not just physically, but mentally. Close your eyes. Picture the moment you had the thought. Visualize the space you were in. Often that's enough to pull the memory back into view. The gift of forgetting. We often think of forgetting as a flaw, an irritating lapse, a sign of distraction, or worse, decline. But forgetting is not failure. It's function. Your brain, as powerful as it is, doesn't aim to store everything. Instead, it carefully curates. It lets go. In fact, the brain has a kind of built-in delete button, quietly removing what no longer serves you. This isn't laziness. It's efficiency. Forgetting is how your mind stays sharp, focused, and ready for what matters now, not cluttered by everything it has ever seen or heard. Every day, you are exposed to thousands of pieces of information, conversations, images, noises, passing thoughts. If your brain stored all of it permanently, you'd be overwhelmed, buried under a mountain of mental static. Instead, the brain uses a process called synaptic pruning to trim away unused neural connections, much like a gardener pruning a tree. What's rehearsed, recalled, or emotionally charged is reinforced. What's irrelevant, unused, or routine is gently cleared away. This process keeps your mental landscape clean, functional, and adaptable. Forgetting also plays a critical role in emotional balance. If you remembered every moment of embarrassment, grief, or fear in vivid detail, daily life would become unbearable. The brain softens the edges of past pain, allowing you to move forward. It doesn't erase the lesson, but it fades the sting. This emotional forgetting is one of the reasons people can heal, grow, and find peace after difficult experiences. The memory remains, but the intensity dims. Even when we forget simple things like where we put our keys or the name of someone we just met, it's not always a sign of weakness. It often reflects the brain's strategy of prioritizing relevance. If the detail wasn't tagged as important in that moment, it wasn't encoded deeply, and that's okay. The brain isn't trying to be perfect, it's trying to be useful. It saves its energy for things that have meaning, purpose, or emotional weight. Interestingly, forgetting also supports creativity. By not clinging to every detail, the brain becomes more flexible. It's free to recombine ideas, imagine alternatives, and make unexpected connections. A cluttered mind clings to rigid facts. A spacious mind plays with possibility. In this way, forgetting becomes not just a clearing, but a kind of creative breathing room, a way for new insights to emerge from the quiet left behind. So how does the brain decide what to forget? It looks for patterns. Information that's repeated, emotionally intense, or connected to other memories is more likely to be kept. Isolated, random, or trivial details are more likely to fade. This is why repetition helps you learn, why emotional events stick, and why certain names slip away moments after being introduced. Your brain is not a hoarder. It's a sculptor, chiseling away at what's unnecessary to reveal what's essential. You can work with this process too. If you want to remember something, revisit it, speak it, write it, feel it. Give your brain a reason to hold on. And if something slips away, try not to fight it. Understand that forgetting is often a sign that your mind is working as it should, clearing space, letting go of noise, making room for now. In a culture that celebrates retention and rewards memory, it's easy to feel frustrated when we forget. But forgetting is a quiet act of wisdom. It's the brain's way of saying, you don't need this anymore. It's not absence, it's clarity. And in that clearing, the mind finds room to breathe, to focus, to grow. Forgetting, then, is not the end of memory. It's the beginning of understanding what matters most. The song beneath the memory. We all have that one song. The moment it plays, something stirs. Time folds, and suddenly you're no longer where you are. You're back in a car at night, or under a summer sky, or dancing in a room that no longer exists. Your favorite song isn't just a song, it's a time machine. And more than that, it's a mirror of emotion. Because often, the reason you love a song so deeply has little to do with its structure or sound. It's because you lived something to it. You felt something, and that feeling stayed. Music is powerful because it doesn't just entertain, it encodes. The brain has a remarkable ability to tie sound to memory, especially when that memory is emotional. A melody becomes more than notes. It becomes a backdrop for something meaningful. Whether it was joy, heartbreak, freedom, or loss, your brain binds the song to the moment. And long after the moment has passed, the song brings it back, not in words, but in feeling. This connection is rooted in how memory and emotion work in the brain. Music activates the amygdala, which processes emotion, and the hippocampus, which stores long-term memories. When a powerful moment and a piece of music happen together, those regions link them. That's why even years later, hearing that song can trigger an emotional wave before you even realize why. It's not just nostalgia, it's neurological resonance. Your favorite song may not be the most technically perfect or universally popular, but it means something to you. It carries your story. Maybe it played during a first kiss, or the night everything changed. Maybe it got you through a hard time, or made you feel understood when nothing else could. The lyrics may echo your unspoken thoughts. The melody may match a feeling you couldn't name, and in that match, something clicked. An invisible thread tied you to that song forever. This bond can also evolve. As you grow, the meaning may shift. A song once tied to one person might later reflect a different chapter of your life. Music becomes a journal you don't have to write. Each favorite track is a page marked with invisible ink, revealing a piece of who you were and who you're becoming. It's memory, not just stored but felt. Interestingly, songs that are favorites often evoke bittersweetness. They're not always upbeat or simple. They carry complexity, just like real moments do. That's part of why they endure. They feel layered, familiar, rich, and your connection to them deepens not just through repetition but through time because you've woven parts of yourself into the sound. So the next time your favorite song comes on, pause. Listen not just to the tune, but to what rises in you, what memory wakes up, what emotion stirs. You may find that the love you feel for the song is, in truth, love for a version of yourself, a season, a feeling, a flicker of the past made alive again through music, hearing the world through music. Music doesn't just sit in the background. It colors everything. It flows through your thoughts, your feelings, and even your perception of the world around you. Most people think of music as a reflection of mood. Happy songs when we feel good, slow songs when we feel low. But the truth goes deeper. Music doesn't only echo how we feel, it actively shapes what we see, how we interpret people, and how we understand the moment we're in. It's not just a soundtrack, it's a lens. Scientific studies have shown that the music you listen to can influence your perception of reality in real time. If you're listening to upbeat, joyful music, you're more likely to interpret a stranger's face as friendly, even if their expression is neutral. That same face, when paired with sad or melancholic music, might seem cold, distant, or even threatening. The notes act like emotional cues, nudging your interpretation without you even realizing it. Your brain merges what it hears with what it sees, creating a composite experience that feels deeply true, even when it's not. This effect doesn't stop with faces. It extends to everything: weather, memories, places, even colors. A rainy day with cheerful music might feel cozy, even romantic. The same rain, paired with a sorrowful melody, could feel heavy and isolating. It's the same weather, the same view, but your inner soundtrack rewrites the scene. Music adds emotional meaning to neutral input, giving shape to moments that would otherwise feel flat. What's happening behind the scenes is a blend of emotional priming and cognitive bias. Music activates emotional centers in the brain, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex, and those emotional signals quietly influence how you interpret the world. The brain wants consistency, so if it hears joy in the music, it looks for joy in the environment. If it hears sadness, it starts finding shadows. This is why music is so powerful in film. It tells you how to feel, even before the characters say a word. Your own experiences and memories also get folded into this process. A certain melody might remind you of a summer long ago, or a person you once loved. That association can tint your perception of the present. A simple street becomes a memory, a moment becomes a portal, and without changing anything around you, the music changes how the moment feels. This doesn't mean we're helpless to music's influence. It means we can use it more intentionally. If you're anxious, calming music might help ease your body. If you're feeling stuck, energizing music can shift your internal state. You can curate your emotional weather, not by changing your surroundings, but by changing what you let in through your ears. The right song at the right time can realign your world, not by force, but by suggestion. But music also teaches us something profound about perception itself, that what we call reality is often colored by emotion, that the world you see isn't just made of sights and sounds, but of moods, memories, and melodies layered beneath the surface. And once you notice that, you begin to realize just how much power you hold to shape your experience. Mood in the music. What you listen to doesn't just echo inside your head, it spills into the way you see the world. Music has the remarkable ability to color your perception, not just of your inner emotions, but of the outside environment too. A happy, upbeat song can brighten a gray day, soften the sharp edges of a crowded street, and make even mundane moments feel somehow golden. On the other hand, a soft, melancholic melody can slow the world down, turning ordinary scenes into quiet reflections. It's not just your mood that changes, it's your reality. This happens because music doesn't stay in your ears. It travels through your nervous system, touches your brain's emotional circuits, and subtly shapes how you interpret everything around you. Joyful music activates areas tied to reward, motivation, and positive emotion. When those areas light up, your brain starts scanning the world for things that match that feeling. People seem more approachable. Colors feel warmer. Life feels a little more hopeful. The music lifts the mind, and the mind lifts the world. Sad music works the same way, but in the opposite direction. Its slower tempo and softer tones lead the brain into more introspective, vulnerable states. It doesn't make things worse. It just tunes you into a different frequency. A leaf falling becomes something poetic. A glance from a stranger feels weightier. The environment doesn't change, but how you interpret it does. Your mind, under the spell of the music, looks for meaning in silence, in shadow, in softness. This effect isn't just imagined. Psychological studies have shown that people who listen to happy music are more likely to interpret ambiguous images, like neutral facial expressions or unclear scenes, as positive. Conversely, when listening to sad or somber music, those same images are more likely to be read as negative or emotionally distant. It's not about being tricked, it's about emotional context. The brain uses music as a frame, and everything you perceive fits into that frame. But the influence of music goes even deeper. It shapes not only what you see, but how you remember. A memory recalled while listening to a particular song can take on the mood of that music. A photograph viewed with cheerful music might seem warmer. That same image paired with melancholic music may feel distant, even haunting. Music doesn't just play alongside your life, it plays through it, guiding your experience moment by moment. Knowing this gives you quiet power. You can choose how to shape your day, not by changing the world, but by choosing your soundtrack. You can lift yourself with songs that energize, or allow yourself to soften with music that soothes. You can use music as a lens, to amplify, to process, to release. It's not about avoiding feelings, but about understanding how music allows you to move through them with grace. The sharp edge of creativity. Sarcasm at first glance seems like a tool of mockery, a way to hide intent behind irony or humor. It's sharp, slippery, and often misunderstood. But beneath its wit lies something surprising, a spark for creativity. Using or even just interpreting sarcasm activates a deeper layer of thinking in the brain, one that goes beyond the literal, forcing you to read between the lines. This mental stretch, this subtle decoding of meaning, is what makes sarcasm not just clever, but cognitively powerful. When someone says the opposite of what they mean with a smirk or raised brow, "Oh great, just what I needed," your brain doesn't just process the words. It shifts gears. It analyzes tone, facial expression, timing, and context. It evaluates social cues, emotional nuance, and contradiction. You don't just hear sarcasm, you solve it. And in that act of solving, your mind begins to think more abstractly. It begins to connect ideas that aren't directly stated. And that's the very foundation of creative thinking. Abstract thought is what allows us to make metaphors, imagine alternative outcomes, and see hidden relationships between things. It's the mental space where imagination meets logic. And sarcasm, because it requires interpreting dual meanings, is a kind of mini workout for that space. Studies have shown that both producing and understanding sarcasm can enhance problem solving and ideation, as it nudges the brain out of rigid, literal modes of thinking into more flexible, layered ones. This doesn't mean sarcasm is always helpful or appropriate. It depends on tone, timing, and relationship. But when used in safe, understanding environments, it creates what psychologists call benign violation, something that breaks expectations without causing harm. That little mental jolt can wake the brain up, challenging it to think in new patterns. In conversations, sarcasm can add depth. It can suggest truths through humor, mask vulnerability with wit, or reveal frustration without confrontation. And each of these acts demands creativity. What's more, sarcasm can build creative resilience. It teaches us to deal with ambiguity, to question surface meaning, to sit with tension between what's said and what's meant. That tolerance for ambiguity is essential in the creative process. Great ideas often begin as contradictions. Innovation lives where things don't make perfect sense yet. Sarcasm, in its own playful way, mirrors that uncertainty. Of course, sarcasm has to be understood to be effective. In cultures or contexts where tone is lost, like in emails or texts, it can backfire, and not everyone appreciates it. But when shared between people who understand its rhythm, it becomes more than humor. It becomes a dance of minds, an exchange that invites both clarity and cleverness. So the next time you hear a sarcastic comment, don't dismiss it as mere snark. Recognize the mental leap it requires. And if you're the one using sarcasm, know that beneath your dry delivery, your brain is weaving connections, flipping meanings, bending language. You're not just being witty, you're being creatively agile. The hidden cost of money. Money is more than currency. It's a symbol of power, of freedom, of survival. But as it turns out, even the thought of money can shift something deep inside us. Not in our wallets, but in our minds. Just seeing images of cash, being reminded of financial terms, or handling money-related tasks can quietly influence how we treat others. It makes us more independent, more self-focused, and less empathetic. The presence of money, even subtly, encourages self-reliance, but often at the cost of connection. This surprising psychological effect has been shown in a range of studies. Participants merely exposed to words related to money, without handling any, became less likely to help someone who dropped a stack of papers. They chose to sit farther away from others. They preferred working alone. And when asked to solve puzzles, they persisted longer, but were less interested in collaborating. The conclusion: money cues shift the mind into a self-sufficient mode, reducing the drive to engage or care for others. Why does this happen? Because money, at its core, represents autonomy. When we think about money, our brain subtly shifts toward independence and control. We start to feel like we should handle things ourselves, make our own way, and protect what's ours. It's a mindset of self-containment. Helpful when we need to focus or push through a challenge, but quietly corrosive to empathy, which requires openness, vulnerability, and shared space. This doesn't mean money makes us bad, it makes us guarded. It focuses the mind on means rather than meaning, on efficiency rather than connection. In modern life, we're surrounded by money cues, price tags, ads, budgets, goals. These reminders reinforce an invisible script. Rely on yourself, watch your value, don't depend on others. But while this script may fuel productivity, it subtly weakens the social glue that holds us together. The most interesting part? This shift happens unconsciously. People don't feel less kind after seeing money, they just act that way. It's a hidden influence, a quiet current running beneath behavior. And that makes it all the more powerful. If we're not aware of it, we can be shaped by it without choosing to be. But awareness is everything. Once we understand that even abstract thoughts of money can influence our warmth toward others, we gain back a measure of control. We can choose to pause, to reconnect, to remember that strength isn't just about independence. It's also about knowing when to reach out, when to listen, when to care. And perhaps there's a lesson here that's both psychological and spiritual, that the richest lives are not measured only in numbers, but in relationships. That value isn't always found in what we hold, but in what we offer. And that sometimes the smallest act of kindness, a hand, a smile, a moment of empathy, is worth more than any currency. The silent interruption. It doesn't buzz. It doesn't light up. It just sits there, face down on the table, forgotten for the moment. But even in silence, a smartphone has a voice, and your brain hears it. Studies have shown that the mere presence of a phone, even when it's not in use, can subtly diminish the quality of a conversation. It doesn't have to ring or flash to have an effect. Just being there is enough to quietly pull attention away and make people feel less connected, less seen, and less understood. This happens not because we're weak-willed or easily distracted, but because the mind is constantly scanning its environment for signals of importance. A smartphone is a symbol of many things: information, urgency, social networks, status, alerts. Its presence whispers, something might happen. Someone might need you. Something more interesting might be just one swipe away. And even when you're trying to focus on the person in front of you, a small part of your mind stays alert, tethered to that silent possibility. Researchers call this phenomenon brain drain. It's the mental tax we pay just by keeping a phone within sight. It pulls cognitive resources away from the present moment, not enough to notice immediately, but enough to dull the edges of deep connection. People in conversations with a phone nearby report lower feelings of empathy, trust, and closeness. The conversation becomes thinner. The emotional thread becomes weaker. and all because of a device that wasn't even touched. This subtle shift is especially damaging in moments that require vulnerability. When we share something personal, we instinctively look for signs of safety, full eye contact, soft attention, undivided presence. But a phone on the table signals potential disruption. It tells your brain, don't fully open. This moment might be interrupted. So we hold back, even without realizing it. We shorten our sentences. We speak less from the heart, and connection quietly slips through the cracks. What's striking is how quickly this effect disappears when the phone is removed. Without it, the brain relaxes. It stops scanning. It settles into the moment. Conversations become warmer, more responsive, more satisfying. We feel more heard and more willing to hear. It's not about demonizing technology. It's about recognizing that attention is fragile, and even unspoken cues can shape our experience of one another. This awareness can change the way we connect. Next time you sit down with someone, whether a partner, a friend, or a stranger, try leaving your phone out of sight. Not in your hand, not on the table. Put it away. Let the space between you be free of potential interruption. You may find that the conversation opens more easily, that silence feels more comfortable, that laughter comes more naturally. The absence of the phone becomes a presence of its own, an offering of attention, a gesture of care. We often think of connection as something built through words, but it's also built through what we choose to exclude from the moment. In a world where everything competes for our focus, one of the rarest gifts you can give is your undivided presence, not partial, not shared, just here, fully, freely, without a glowing rectangle between you and the human heart across from you. Because in the quiet where the phone used to be, something deeper begins to speak, and in that space, real connection is born. The dopamine ping. It's just a sound, a quick buzz, a small vibration in your pocket, or a blinking light on your screen. But that tiny signal does something powerful inside your brain. It triggers a surge of dopamine, the same chemical that lights up when we eat something sweet, win a game, or hear praise. A phone notification, especially from social media or messaging apps, becomes a modern reward system. One small ping, and your brain feels it. A hit of anticipation, a flicker of pleasure, a pull towards something just out of reach. Dopamine isn't the feeling of reward itself. It's the chemical of wanting. It drives desire, fuels motivation, and keeps you seeking. That's why just hearing a notification tone can make you feel compelled to check your phone, even if you're in the middle of something important. The sound tells your brain, there's something waiting for you. And the brain answers, let's go find it. This craving isn't weakness. It's wiring. Social media platforms are built to exploit this system. Each like, comment, or message acts as a small, unpredictable reward. Sometimes it's something meaningful. Sometimes it's not. But the unpredictability, not knowing what's behind the notification, makes it even more addictive. This is the same principle used in slot machines. The next pull might be the win. The next ping might be the message you hoped for. And that uncertainty keeps you coming back, again and again. Over time, your brain starts to anticipate the dopamine, not just respond to it. You begin checking your phone even when there's no sound, glancing at the screen, refreshing feeds, opening apps out of habit. The absence of a notification becomes a low-grade discomfort, an itch that needs scratching. The reward system has trained itself. You're no longer waiting for a ping, you're chasing it. This loop can be exhausting, because every time you respond, you're not just feeding a craving, you're reinforcing it. And the more you reinforce it, the more your attention fragments. You start feeling restless, distracted, less present. The world around you dims, replaced by anticipation of the next digital moment. You're here, but not fully here. But there's a quiet strength in awareness. Knowing that these patterns aren't personal, they're chemical, gives you space to step back. You can start to notice the pull, name it, and breathe through it. You can choose when to engage, rather than react on impulse. You can reclaim your attention by deciding when and why you reach for your phone, not just because it made a sound, but because you want to connect, reflect, or create. The solution isn't to abandon technology, it's to unplug the reflex, to let your phone be a tool, not a master, to design moments of silence, to find joy in slowness, to retrain the mind to find reward in real things again, in deep conversation, quiet creativity, unscrolled mornings, and unbroken presence. Because the most powerful ping is not the one from your phone. It's the one from within, the soft, steady pulse of your own attention returning home, the gentle clarity that arises when the noise fades, the reward of being, not for a like, not for a buzz, but simply because you're here, fully awake, fully present, and free. The blue mind effect. There's something quietly magical about the color blue. A clear sky, a calm lake, the rhythm of ocean waves all seem to carry an invisible thread of peace. And it's not just in your imagination. Science has begun to explore what's called the blue mind effect, a term used to describe the calming and creativity-boosting influence of water and blue-toned environments on the human brain. Simply being near water, or even surrounded by shades of blue, can lower your stress levels, ease mental clutter, and open the doors to deeper thought. The human brain responds instinctively to natural water. Evolutionarily, water meant survival, hydration, food, and safety, so we developed an emotional connection to it. But beyond survival, water also provides sensory simplicity. It doesn't overwhelm. It soothes. The soft sounds of lapping waves or falling rain help calm the nervous system. The visual expanse of a lake or ocean allows the mind to rest. In this way, water becomes a mirror, not of distraction, but of stillness. Studies show that people who live near water tend to report lower levels of anxiety and higher levels of life satisfaction. Even urban environments with access to rivers, fountains, or coastal views often have calmer, more content populations. But the benefit doesn't require a full ocean view. Even looking at photos of water, listening to water sounds, or spending time in a room painted in shades of blue can trigger measurable physiological responses, lowered heart rate, reduced blood pressure, and an increase in alpha brainwaves associated with relaxed alertness. That same relaxed state is where creativity begins to flow. When stress drops, the brain is no longer in survival mode. It stops scanning for threats and starts making connections. The quiet presence of water helps shift attention inward, encourages daydreaming, and makes room for imagination. Many people report getting their best ideas near a shower, a riverbank, or during a walk by the sea. It's not coincidence. It's chemistry. This tranquil effect also supports mindfulness and reflection. The steady movement of water, gentle, rhythmic, never rushed, invites the brain into a similar rhythm. It becomes easier to be in the moment, to think clearly, to feel deeply. In a blue-toned environment, your senses aren't competing. Your mind stops bracing. It listens. And in that stillness, new insights often rise to the surface. You don't have to live by the ocean to feel this. A desktop background of a lake, a fountain in your garden, or blue decor in your room can all provide small doses of the blue mind effect. Even closing your eyes and imagining waves can bring your nervous system into a gentler state. Water doesn't just heal the body, it softens the mind. In a world of constant screens, traffic, and pressure, water reminds us of something quieter. It slows time. It softens thoughts. It reminds us to breathe. And it creates space, not only around us but within us, for new ideas to grow. So the next time you feel overwhelmed or stuck, seek out blue. Find a body of water, a quiet pond, a gentle stream, or close your eyes and picture one. Let the color wash over your senses. Let the calm take root. And in that serene, silent space, your mind may just open in ways it couldn't before. The eyes that aren't there. Sometimes all it takes is a glance, real or imagined, to shift our behavior. Even when no one is actually watching, the illusion of observation can quietly change how we act. A pair of painted eyes on a wall, an image of a gaze on a sign, or even the subtle suggestion that someone might be looking is enough to nudge our minds toward better behavior. We become more honest, more polite, less likely to litter or cheat, not because someone is truly watching, but because it feels like they could be. This is known as the watching eyes effect, and it reveals something deep in the human brain. We are inherently social creatures, hardwired to care about our reputation. From an evolutionary standpoint, survival often depended on group cooperation. Being caught cheating or behaving selfishly could mean exclusion from the group, which in ancient times could be fatal. So we developed a mental shortcut. If you think you're being watched, even by an image, your behavior subtly shifts toward what's socially acceptable. In modern experiments, researchers have hung posters of eyes above honesty boxes in break rooms, those little trays where people are expected to leave money for coffee. The result? People paid more when eyes were watching, even if those eyes were just part of a photo. The same effect has been observed in public spaces. Fewer people litter under the gaze of artificial eyes, even though logically they know no one is truly looking. This isn't about fear, it's about self-regulation. Our brains are constantly reading signals from the environment, even unconsciously. A pair of eyes triggers a quiet awareness. What I do right now might be noticed. That awareness activates the part of the brain responsible for social control, our internal compass for right and wrong in the presence of others. It makes us stop and think. It makes us consider our actions as part of something shared. What's fascinating is how little it takes. Just the symbolic presence of eyes is enough. They don't need to blink or move or belong to a real person. Just the idea of being seen brings out a more thoughtful version of ourselves. This effect isn't limited to morality. It extends to generosity, kindness, and even self-discipline. People are more likely to donate, hold doors open, or behave respectfully in the presence of watchful eyes, real or not. But this isn't just a psychological trick. It's a reflection of something very human. Deep down, most of us want to do the right thing. We just sometimes forget, or slip into convenience, or believe no one will notice. But when we're reminded that our actions might echo beyond ourselves, we often rise to a better version of who we are. This offers an important insight, not just about human behavior, but about the quiet power of awareness. When we feel seen, we remember our values. We pause before acting. We reflect before reacting. Even alone, the gaze we feel may not be someone else's. It might be our own conscience, waking up in response to imagined observation. The power of snob appeal. It seems backward, even absurd at first, being treated rudely, and then spending more money. But in certain environments, particularly high-end luxury stores, that's exactly what happens. Studies have found that rude or snobbish salespeople can actually increase the likelihood of a sale, especially among consumers who are already brand conscious or status driven. The more dismissive the staff, the more some shoppers want to prove they belong. It's not just a transaction anymore, it becomes a test of identity. This phenomenon taps into something deep within human psychology, our desire for exclusivity. Luxury brands don't just sell products, they sell status, belonging, a sense of being among the few. When a salesperson acts aloof or condescending, it reinforces the idea that not everyone is welcome, that access must be earned. And paradoxically, that very rejection can make people want in even more. The door that seems harder to open becomes the one we most long to walk through. This is related to a concept known as reactance. When we feel that something is being withheld from us, be it approval, access, or validation, we experience a psychological push to reclaim that freedom. If a luxury store staff member acts like you're not worthy, your instinct might be to prove them wrong, not by arguing, but by buying, by showing you have the means, by placing yourself inside the club they're guarding. It's not about liking the salesperson. In fact, the data suggests the opposite. Customers may actively dislike the rudeness, but still be drawn to purchase. Because in the high-end world, rejection doesn't always repel. It mystifies, it glamorizes, it whispers, this isn't for everyone. And for certain buyers, that's exactly what makes it desirable. Of course, this strategy doesn't work across the board. In everyday retail or service industries, kindness still rules. People don't respond well to arrogance when they're buying groceries or getting their car serviced. But in luxury environments, where part of the product is prestige, rudeness becomes a strange kind of marketing. It turns shopping into a challenge, and those who value status are often more than willing to rise to it. What's even more intriguing is that this effect only works when the rudeness seems genuine, not staged. Customers are sensitive. If they sense the coldness is artificial or forced, it backfires. But when the snobbishness feels like a natural extension of the brand's exclusivity, it strengthens the illusion of hierarchy. It plays into the silent message. If you have to ask, you don't belong. This speaks to the quiet power of psychological scarcity. We are drawn not just to what we want, but to what seems just out of reach. The velvet rope, the private showroom, the icy glare, all signal that this experience isn't meant for everyone. And if we step inside anyway, it's not just about the product. It's about who we believe we become when we own it. The IKEA effect. There's something deeply satisfying about building something with your own hands, even if it's just a bookshelf with confusing instructions and too many screws. Psychologists call this the IKEA effect, a cognitive bias where people place significantly more value on things they have assembled or created themselves, even if those items are objectively no better than pre-assembled versions. That wobbly chair you spent an afternoon wrestling with, it feels more special than a flawless one someone else built, because it's yours. You made it. This effect speaks to something very human, our attachment to effort. When we invest time, energy, and frustration into creating or assembling something, we don't just produce a product, we shape meaning. The item becomes a symbol of perseverance, problem solving, and personal involvement. And our brain, having endured that journey, inflates the item's worth. It's not about logic, it's about ownership. Studies have shown that people will actually pay more for items they've assembled themselves than for identical ones built by professionals. And they're more reluctant to part with those self-assembled objects. The object holds more emotional weight simply because it carries the story of effort. In this way, the value we assign isn't purely based on the item's utility or perfection, but on our role in bringing it to life. This bias doesn't stop at furniture. It extends to anything we've built, customizing a car, designing a website, even baking a cake. When we contribute to the creation, we feel more invested. The flaws become charming, the imperfections part of the narrative. We don't just love the outcome, we love the process that brought it there. But the IKEA effect also has a darker side. Because we overvalue our own creations, we might dismiss better alternatives or ignore helpful feedback. In workplaces, this can lead to what's called not invented here syndrome, where people resist outside ideas simply because they didn't create them. Emotionally, we can cling to things just because we made them, even when they no longer serve us. Our pride in building can become a barrier to letting go. Still, this effect highlights something beautiful about being human, our longing to create and to care about what we create. We don't just want finished products, we want stories, struggle, and involvement. The IKEA effect reminds us that effort adds meaning, that the things we sweat over, whether furniture, ideas, or relationships, become more valuable not because they're perfect, but because they're ours. The power of a compliment. It's just a few words, simple, kind, maybe even unexpected. But a compliment has the power to shift your entire mood. That warm feeling you get when someone says something sincere and positive about you isn't just emotional, it's neurological. Studies show that receiving a genuine compliment activates the reward centers of the brain, the same areas that light up when we earn money, eat something delicious, or experience joy. In some cases, praise can trigger even more activity than financial rewards. This tells us something profound. Recognition, validation, and appreciation are not just nice extras in life. They are psychological nourishment. The brain craves them. We are social beings wired to seek belonging and approval from others. When someone acknowledges our efforts, appearance, kindness, or abilities, it affirms our place in the social world. And for the brain, that feeling of acceptance is as powerful as any tangible reward. Compliments do more than make us feel good in the moment. They also boost motivation, enhance self-esteem, and reinforce positive behavior. When you're praised for a job well done, you're more likely to try harder next time. When someone notices a small act of kindness, you're more inclined to do it again. Compliments become little emotional anchors, reminding us that who we are, or what we've done, matters. But there's a delicate balance. Compliments have their greatest impact when they're genuine and specific. The brain can often sense flattery that's too vague or insincere. We don't just want to be praised, we want to be seen. A compliment like "you really brought calm to that meeting," or "your writing made me feel something," touches deeper than a generic "good job." It speaks to the individual, not just the action. What's even more fascinating is how this process works in reverse. Giving a compliment also lights up reward circuits in the brain. It feels good to make others feel good. And yet, in day-to-day life, we often hold back praise. Maybe we assume people already know. Maybe we're shy. Or maybe we're moving too fast to notice. But each time we hold back a sincere compliment, we miss an opportunity, not just to uplift someone else, but to strengthen a connection. This is why even small acknowledgments can be so powerful. A few words, well placed, well meant, can linger for hours or even years. People carry compliments with them long after they're spoken. Sometimes they become turning points. Sometimes they soften self-doubt. Sometimes they're remembered forever. The smile feedback loop. Sometimes the path to a better mood is simpler than we think. Not through deep reflection or big change, but through something as small as the muscles in your face. Research has shown that forcing a smile, even by biting a pencil between your teeth, can actually make you feel happier. It sounds absurd, even a little silly, but the science is clear. Our facial expressions don't just reflect how we feel, they can influence how we feel. This phenomenon is called facial feedback, and it's based on the idea that the brain is constantly reading signals from the body to determine what emotion to experience. When the muscles in your face form a smile, even artificially, your brain receives the signal. Something good must be happening. In response, it starts to adjust your internal state to match. Your mood lifts. Your stress eases. You feel, strangely but truly, a little better. The same is true in reverse. Frowning, furrowing your brow, or tensing your jaw can deepen feelings of irritation, sadness, or anxiety. It's as if the mind says, if my face looks tense and downcast, I must be upset, and it responds accordingly. The feedback loop between emotion and expression goes both ways. What we feel shapes how we look, and how we look shapes what we feel. This creates a quiet opportunity in everyday life. If you're feeling low or tense, a conscious effort to soften your face, lift the corners of your mouth, or even gently raise your eyebrows can subtly shift your emotional state. It's not about faking happiness. It's about nudging your mind toward it. A smile doesn't erase problems, but it can open a window. A small one. Just enough to let a little light in. What's beautiful about this is its accessibility. No tools required. No special setting. Just your face, your breath, and your awareness. It's a reminder that sometimes you don't need to change your entire situation. You just need to adjust your posture in it. Your body speaks to your mind quietly and constantly. And if you listen, you can also speak back. This doesn't mean we should force positivity or hide real emotions. Feelings deserve to be felt. But when we feel stuck, drained, or caught in a mental fog, remembering the facial feedback loop gives us one small, actionable choice. It gives us permission to lean into the physical side of emotion, not to fake it, but to invite a shift. So if you find yourself overwhelmed, place a pencil gently between your teeth, or simply try a soft, genuine smile. Let your body whisper something kind to your brain. Let your expression open a door that mood alone couldn't. Because sometimes, the way out of a dark feeling isn't through force, but through a gentle trick of the face that reminds your heart how to feel again. The anger trap. It's a common belief, almost intuitive, that venting your anger will help you feel better, that letting it out will calm the storm inside. We're told to punch a pillow, scream into the void, or unleash our frustration so it doesn't build up. But psychology tells a different story. Studies show that venting anger often backfires. Instead of releasing the emotion, it can reinforce and intensify it, making you feel even more worked up than before. This surprising effect stems from how emotion works in the brain. When you express anger aggressively, whether through shouting, slamming, or symbolic violence, like hitting a pillow, you're not releasing the feeling. You're practicing it. You're training your mind and body to respond with more anger, not less. The heart rate spikes. The muscles tighten. The inner narrative sharpens. Your brain reads this reaction and concludes, this situation must still be dangerous. Let's stay on alert. The idea that expressing anger is cathartic comes from an outdated psychological theory, now largely discredited. In reality, repetition strengthens emotional patterns, and the more we practice being angry, the more accessible that emotion becomes. The triggers get smaller. The reaction gets faster. The fire catches more easily next time. What we think of as venting becomes, in truth, rehearsing rage. That doesn't mean anger should be suppressed. Bottling up emotion isn't healthy either. The key lies in how we express it. Anger needs acknowledgement, but not escalation. Calm conversations, writing things down, mindful breathing, these approaches allow the emotion to move through you without taking over. They create space between the trigger and the reaction. And in that space, something softer can emerge, clarity, perspective, maybe even forgiveness. In moments of intense frustration, it might feel good to lash out, but that short-term release can cost you long-term peace. Venting creates a loop. It convinces your nervous system that the threat is real and lasting. It leaves you more activated, not less. And over time, that activation shapes how you experience the world, not as a place of understanding, but as a battlefield where every slight must be answered with fire. Choosing a different response, slowing down, stepping away, or breathing through the tension can feel unnatural at first. But with practice, it becomes a new habit, one rooted not in repression, but in resilience. It's not about denying anger. It's about directing it so it doesn't direct you. It's about owning your response, not being owned by the surge. Gratitude is medicine. In a world full of noise and pressure, happiness can sometimes feel like something you have to chase out there ahead of you, always just a little too far to reach. But what if part of the answer was already within you, waiting to be noticed? Psychology has shown that practicing gratitude acts like a natural antidepressant. It doesn't just change your thoughts, it changes your brain. When you feel truly thankful, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, two key chemicals responsible for feelings of joy, contentment, and emotional balance. This isn't wishful thinking, it's neuroscience. Gratitude shifts your attention. It turns your focus away from what's missing or broken and toward what's working, what's present, what's quietly beautiful. And your brain responds in kind. Like a lens adjusting, gratitude brings clarity. It softens tension. It makes space for peace. When you practice gratitude consistently, even just a few minutes a day, it begins to rewire your brain. The more often you reflect on what you're thankful for, the more your mind starts looking for those moments on its own. Gratitude activates the brain's reward system. It trains you to find the good. Over time, this small shift in awareness can reduce anxiety, lift depression, and improve overall well-being. Not because your life becomes perfect, but because your perception of it becomes more open, more kind, more complete. What's powerful about gratitude is how accessible it is. You don't need to change your circumstances. You only need to notice them differently. A warm drink on a cold morning, a friend who checks in, a breath that fills your lungs. These aren't grand miracles, but they are real. And when you name them, when you let yourself feel their value, they begin to fill the quiet places inside you. Some people keep a gratitude journal. Others speak their thanks aloud before bed. Even silently thinking of 3 things you're grateful for at the end of each day can begin to shift your inner chemistry. And the more sincere your focus, the more your brain responds. You're not pretending things are good. You're giving honest attention to the good that already exists. Gratitude also has a social ripple effect. When you express thankfulness to others, you deepen connection. You remind someone else that they matter. And in doing so, you reinforce your own sense of meaning. This emotional exchange strengthens not just relationships, but resilience. It reminds you that joy doesn't come from getting more. It comes from seeing more. So if you're feeling low, don't underestimate the quiet medicine of appreciation. Start small. Notice one thing, one person, one moment. Let yourself feel the warmth of that awareness. Let it settle. Gratitude won't erase life's pain, but it will cushion it. It will remind you, softly but clearly, that even in difficulty there is still light. And with time, that light grows. Not because the world has changed, but because you have. The silent weight of loneliness. We often think of health in terms of diet, exercise, or genetics, but there's something else, something quieter, that can erode your well-being just as powerfully. Loneliness. Research now shows that chronic loneliness can be as damaging to your health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It doesn't just affect your mood, it affects your heart, your brain, and even your lifespan. The ache of isolation, when left unaddressed, seeps into every part of the body like smoke filling a room. This isn't poetic exaggeration. It's a public health reality. Loneliness increases the risk of heart disease, raises blood pressure, and weakens the immune system. It elevates stress hormones, contributes to inflammation, and disrupts sleep. Over time, these physical effects build into something dangerous. Studies link long-term loneliness to higher rates of dementia, depression, and early death. The body responds to isolation the way it would to chronic injury, always in repair mode, always under pressure. But loneliness isn't just about being alone. You can be surrounded by people and still feel deeply disconnected. It's not the number of relationships that matters. It's the quality of connection. Do you feel seen? Heard? Understood? Loneliness is a lack of emotional resonance, of shared presence. And in today's world, where we scroll past hundreds of faces without ever being truly known, that kind of isolation is quietly spreading. What makes loneliness especially cruel is how self-reinforcing it is. The more isolated you feel, the harder it becomes to reach out. Social anxiety increases. Motivation drops. The voice in your mind says, "No one cares," and that belief becomes a barrier. But the truth is, humans are wired for connection. We're not meant to face the world alone. Just like our bodies need air and food, our minds need community. Not to be crowded, but to belong. The good news is that even small efforts to connect can begin to reverse the damage. A brief, sincere conversation, a shared laugh, eye contact, volunteering, calling someone, even if you haven't spoken in a while. These moments may seem small, but they are biological nourishment. They lower stress, boost feel-good chemicals like oxytocin, and remind your brain that you are not as alone as you fear. And perhaps most important, if you're feeling lonely, you're not weak, you're human. You're responding to a deep, ancient need. The pain of loneliness is not a flaw, it's a signal, a quiet cry for connection. And like any signal, it's meant to be answered, not by shame, but by compassion. So if the silence around you feels too heavy, don't wait for the perfect moment or the perfect person. Reach, just a little. Say hello. Ask someone how they're doing and really listen. Send a message. Open the door. Because connection, even in its smallest form, is a kind of medicine. It doesn't just heal the mind, it heals the body too. And in that healing, we remember something simple and profound. We were never meant to do this alone. The lifeline of connection. We chase so many things in life: success, recognition, wealth. But when researchers look closely at what actually leads to a happy, healthy, and long life, the answer is surprisingly simple: relationships. Not the number in your contacts list, not the number of followers or friends online, but real, meaningful social connections. In fact, having strong social bonds is a greater predictor of happiness and longevity than money, fame, or even genetics. It turns out we're not just social creatures, we're socially sustained. Long-running studies like the Harvard study of adult development have followed people for decades and consistently found that those with close, supportive relationships live longer, get sick less often, and are far more emotionally fulfilled. These connections act like a protective layer around the heart and mind. They soften life's blows, amplify joy, and remind us that we're not alone in our struggles. When we feel truly connected to others, our brain releases oxytocin, the bonding hormone that promotes trust, empathy, and emotional regulation. It reduces stress, lowers blood pressure, and helps us recover from illness faster. Social support also calms the nervous system and brings a sense of safety. Even just one person who listens, who cares, who stays, can change the entire landscape of our lives. But it's not about being surrounded by people all the time. It's about feeling understood, feeling like someone knows who you are and still chooses to stand beside you. That kind of connection nourishes something deep inside, something no amount of status or wealth can replace. It reminds us that our value isn't in what we do or what we have, but in how we love and are loved in return. In contrast, loneliness and disconnection wear down the body over time. As we've seen, isolation increases the risk of heart disease, depression, and even early death. But the inverse is also true. Love heals. Friendship heals. Laughter shared, burdens divided, moments witnessed. These are the quiet medicines of life. They don't show up in spreadsheets or headlines, but they shape the core of our well-being. If you're feeling distant or disconnected, it's never too late to reach out. Rebuild an old friendship. Open up to someone new. Be the first to ask how someone's really doing. Even small gestures, listening fully, showing up, being present, can create bridges that lead to something lasting. Relationships don't have to be perfect to be powerful. They just need to be real. So while the world may reward hustle and noise, your heart knows what really matters: the warmth of a shared silence, the comfort of a hand held, the sound of your name spoken with kindness. These are not extras. They are essentials. And in the end, they are what make a life rich, not in numbers or trophies, but in moments where we feel deeply connected and deeply human. the healing power of touch. In a fast-moving world filled with words, screens, and constant noise, it's easy to forget one of the most profound forms of communication: touch. A simple hug, a hand on the shoulder, or a warm embrace speaks directly to the nervous system in a language far older than speech. And what it says is, you're safe here. When we experience physical touch, especially through cuddling or hugging, the brain releases oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone. It's a chemical of calm, trust, and connection. Oxytocin is more than just a feel-good molecule. It reduces levels of cortisol, the stress hormone, helping the body shift from fight or flight mode into a state of ease and healing. This is why holding someone close during anxiety or sadness brings real physiological relief. It's not just emotional comfort, it's biological regulation. The heart rate slows, muscles relax, breathing becomes steadier. Your body listens to touch like a child listens to a lullaby. Cuddling activates regions of the brain associated with safety, bonding, and emotional memory. Over time, these repeated signals help build a sense of security, not just with others, but within ourselves. It's as if the body remembers what it feels like to be held and carries that reassurance into the quiet, uncertain corners of life. Physical touch also deepens relationships. It strengthens emotional ties between romantic partners, friends, and even between parents and children. In close relationships, cuddling becomes a wordless way to say, "I'm here, I care, and I'm not going anywhere." It builds intimacy without pressure. It grounds us when words fall short. What's remarkable is how universal this need is. Across cultures, ages, and species, touch plays a vital role in emotional development. Infants who are held and nurtured develop healthier brains. Elderly individuals who experience regular, gentle touch report lower levels of depression and better quality of life. It's not a luxury. It's a fundamental human need, as essential as sleep, food, or sunlight. And in a society that often emphasizes independence and personal space, we sometimes forget that connection is not weakness. Reaching out for a hug, holding someone's hand, or leaning into a warm embrace is not a sign of emotional fragility. It's a sign of emotional intelligence. It means you understand that comfort can be shared, that strength can be felt in the arms of another, and that vulnerability is not something to be hidden, it's something to be held. So the next time you feel scattered, stressed, or quietly heavy, remember that your body has a built-in remedy. Let someone hold you. Offer a hug. Rest your head on a shoulder. These small moments carry enormous weight. They anchor us to one another and to ourselves. Because sometimes what we need most isn't advice or explanation. It's warmth, it's presence. It's the unspoken power of touch, whispering gently to our nervous system, "You are safe, you are loved, and you are not alone." The quiet release of tears. Crying is often seen as a sign of weakness or loss of control. We're taught to hold it in, to stay composed, to swallow the lump in our throat and carry on. But the truth is, crying is one of the body's most powerful natural relief systems. When you cry emotional tears, not just from pain or irritation, but from sorrow, frustration, or even joy, your body is doing something incredibly intelligent. It's releasing stress hormones, and in doing so, it's helping you heal. Unlike the tears that come from chopping onions or dust in your eye, emotional tears contain higher levels of stress-related chemicals, such as cortisol. When you cry, your body is literally flushing out the biochemical buildup that comes with emotional overload. And that's why, more often than not, people say they feel a sense of calm or relief after a good cry. It's not just emotional release, it's chemical reset. Crying also activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the part of the body responsible for rest and recovery. After the storm of emotion passes, crying helps you settle. It slows the heart rate, deepens breathing, and ushers in a state of gentle quiet. In that space, clarity can emerge. Thoughts feel softer. The weight becomes a little more bearable. You're not fixed, but you're no longer drowning. There's also something deeply human about tears. They signal to others that we're hurting, even when we can't find the words. In that vulnerability, connection becomes possible. Someone may offer comfort or simply sit beside you in silence. Crying invites care, not just from others, but from yourself. It's your body's way of saying, This matters. You're allowed to feel it. And yet, we often apologize for our tears. We brush them away, embarrassed, as though emotion were something shameful. But the science and the soul both say otherwise. Crying is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's the body's way of releasing what the heart cannot carry alone. It reminds us that emotions, no matter how painful, are part of being alive, part of being real. There's beauty in the softness that follows a cry, in the way the world looks slightly clearer, your shoulders slightly lighter. It's a signal that something inside you moved, shifted, released. Not every cry will bring full healing, but each one carves a little more space for truth, for honesty, for letting go. The trap of forced positivity. We live in a culture that loves the language of happiness. Smile more, be grateful, think positive. While well-meaning, this mindset can sometimes do more harm than good, because trying to force yourself to just be happy can actually backfire. Psychology shows us that accepting negative emotions, rather than suppressing or avoiding them, leads to better mental health and emotional resilience over time. The idea may seem counterintuitive. Shouldn't focusing on happiness make you happier? But the truth is, when we pressure ourselves to always feel good, we create an internal conflict. We begin to judge our sadness, fear, or frustration as failures. We feel ashamed for feeling human. This judgment adds a second layer of pain, a quiet message that says you're not supposed to feel this way. And so we push it down, hide it, pretend. But unacknowledged emotions don't disappear. They wait, and they grow. Suppressing negative feelings can lead to increased anxiety, depression, and even physical symptoms like tension, fatigue, or headaches. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. It takes constant effort, and sooner or later, it pops up with force. On the other hand, when we allow ourselves to fully experience difficult emotions, we give them space to move through us. We stop fighting the current and begin to float with it. Acceptance doesn't mean giving in to despair or ruminating endlessly. It means saying to yourself, this is how I feel right now, and that's okay. It's recognizing that sadness, anger, and fear are natural responses to life's complexity. When we greet those emotions with compassion instead of resistance, they become less frightening. We stop fearing the feeling and start listening to it. In fact, people who regularly practice emotional acceptance tend to be more balanced, more grounded, and more capable of handling life's ups and downs. They don't get stuck in negativity, they just let it pass through, like weather across the sky. This approach builds true inner strength, not the brittle smile of forced cheerfulness, but the quiet courage of facing what's real. Ironically, the more we stop trying to feel happy, the more peace we find. Because peace isn't the absence of sadness, it's the presence of self-understanding. And when you can sit with your pain without running from it, you become softer, wiser, and more whole. So if you're having a bad day, let it be bad. If you feel overwhelmed, let yourself acknowledge that. Cry if you need to. Rest if you must. This is not giving up, it's giving in to truth. And from that truth, healing begins. Not forced, not faked, but gentle and genuine. The illusion of lasting happiness. We think we know what will make us happy. A new job, a bigger house, the perfect partner, more money. These milestones seem like emotional turning points, moments that will change everything. But psychology tells a different story. In truth, we often misjudge what will make us happy. We tend to overestimate the impact of major life events, both good and bad, on our long-term emotional state. And more surprisingly, we adapt faster than we think. This phenomenon is known as hedonic adaptation. It's the brain's tendency to return to a stable level of happiness after experiencing a major change. You might feel ecstatic after a promotion or devastated after a breakup, but over time your emotions settle. The highs fade, the lows lift. The mind recalibrates, and what once felt life-altering becomes the new normal. It's not that big events don't matter, they do, but their emotional impact is often short-lived. A windfall of money might feel thrilling, but that thrill fades as your expectations adjust. A dream vacation may bring joy, but once you're home, the daily routine resumes. Likewise, difficult experiences feel all-consuming in the moment, yet many people bounce back with more strength than they expected. We're not great at predicting these emotional shifts. When we imagine future happiness, we tend to focus on the event itself, the wedding, the award, the move, and ignore the slow return to baseline. We think happiness is out there, ahead of us, waiting at some finish line. But when we arrive, we often find ourselves looking forward again, chasing the next thing. That's not a flaw. It's part of being human, but it helps to understand it. When we realize that external changes offer only temporary boosts, we can start to shift our focus inward. True, lasting happiness often comes from small, consistent sources: connection, purpose, gratitude, presence. Not flashy or dramatic, but steady. Not dependent on circumstance, but rooted in perspective. It also means we don't have to fear change as much. Just as we adapt to success, we also adapt to struggle. Many people discover strength they never knew they had after hardship. Losses that seemed unbearable become woven into resilience. Life continues. And so do we. So if you find yourself chasing the next big thing, pause. Ask not just what you want, but why you want it. Is it to impress, to escape, or to truly nourish your spirit? And if happiness doesn't wait at the finish line, maybe it's already here, in the quiet moments you've overlooked, in the gentle rhythm of an ordinary day. Because the secret is this: you don't have to wait for happiness to arrive. You only have to notice it, make space for it, and let go of the illusion that it lives somewhere far from now. The surprising power of emotional adaptation. When we imagine winning the lottery, we picture lifelong happiness, freedom, joy, abundance. And when we imagine losing the ability to walk, we think of endless sorrow. But studies show something quietly remarkable. After about a year, both lottery winners and paraplegics report similar levels of happiness as they had before their life-changing events. This isn't a flaw in our emotions. It's a testament to our resilience and the profound adaptability of the human mind. At the core of this paradox lies a psychological process known as hedonic adaptation. No matter how dramatic an experience may seem, whether it brings pleasure or pain, our emotional responses level out over time. We return, more or less, to our natural emotional baseline. It's not that we forget what happened, but our inner balance recalibrates. The extraordinary becomes ordinary. The mind, in its quiet wisdom, learns how to carry the weight. This discovery may sound disappointing to some. If even a jackpot can't bring lasting happiness, what's the point of striving? But that's the wrong question. The real lesson is deeper. External circumstances don't define our inner state as much as we assume. We are not just the sum of what happens to us. We are the result of how we respond, how we grow, how we reframe, how we continue. For lottery winners, the thrill fades as the novelty wears off. Routine returns. New desires replace old ones. And the same emotional patterns, the same worries and joys creep back in. For those who experience great loss, like paralysis, the grief is profound. But slowly, through connection, meaning, and adaptation, many find purpose and peace again. Not the same life, but a new kind of wholeness. This doesn't mean that pain is insignificant, or that joy should be dismissed. It means that our emotional lives are more flexible and resilient than we give them credit for. It's a kind of emotional gravity. What goes up must come down, and what falls can rise again. Understanding this frees us from placing our happiness in distant milestones. It allows us to shift our focus inward toward things that offer more lasting fulfillment: relationships, gratitude, growth, and self-understanding. These are the quiet constants that endure beyond luck or tragedy. So if you're dreaming of something big to finally feel whole, or fearing a change that seems unbearable, remember this: you will adapt. You will find a way. The highs won't save you, and the lows won't destroy you. Your mind will adjust, reshape, and carry you forward, again and again. Because within each of us is a quiet strength, a capacity not just to survive what happens, but to find meaning in it, to rebuild, rediscover, and return, over and over, to the simple truth: we are more resilient than we know. The practice of optimism. Optimism isn't just a trait you're born with, it's a skill you can learn. While some people may seem naturally upbeat, psychologists have found that optimism can be cultivated through deliberate mental habits. Like learning a language or building muscle, your mind can be trained to shift its patterns, to expect better outcomes, to bounce back from setbacks, and to hold on to hope even in uncertainty. This isn't about blind positivity or ignoring reality. True optimism is grounded, not in fantasy but in resilience, the belief that challenges can be overcome, that growth is possible, and that the future can hold something good, even if today feels heavy. It's the quiet voice that says, "This too shall pass," not because everything is easy, but because you have the strength to face it. Psychologist Martin Seligman, a pioneer in the field of positive psychology, showed that people can learn optimism by changing how they interpret events. Instead of viewing failure as personal, permanent, and pervasive, "I'm bad, this will never change, and it ruins everything," you can learn to see it as temporary, specific, and external. This was one setback, not the end. I can try again. That shift in explanation changes everything. Practicing optimism involves noticing your thoughts, especially the quiet ones that pass through your mind unchallenged. When you catch yourself expecting the worst, pause. Ask, is there another way to see this? What's the best that could happen? What can I learn from this? Over time, these small reflections reshape the brain's default responses. What once felt automatic begins to feel flexible. Another powerful tool is gratitude. When you consciously look for moments of joy, kindness, or beauty, even in difficult days, you train your brain to scan for the good. This doesn't mean pretending problems don't exist. It means acknowledging that goodness and struggle can coexist, and that you get to choose where you rest your attention. Studies show that people who regularly practice optimistic thinking experience better health, stronger relationships, and greater life satisfaction. They're more likely to persevere through setbacks and less likely to spiral into despair when things go wrong. Optimism doesn't guarantee an easy life. It helps you navigate the hard parts with more hope, courage, and clarity. So if you don't consider yourself an optimist, don't worry. It's not a fixed identity. It's a mindset you can grow into. Start small. Catch one negative thought and reframe it. Find one thing to appreciate each day. Believe in the possibility that life is still unfolding in your favor, even if you can't see it yet. Optimism is not a mask. It's not pretending everything is fine. It's saying, even if it's not fine, I will find my way through this. It's a habit of heart that becomes stronger every time you choose to see the light, especially when things feel dark. And the more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Over time, hope stops being a visitor. It becomes your companion, a quiet strength that walks with you, no matter the path ahead. The power of naming what you feel. There's a quiet, almost magical power in putting feelings into words. It seems simple, saying I feel anxious or I'm overwhelmed, but the effect is profound. Just labeling your negative emotions can calm the brain's emotional center, particularly the amygdala, which is responsible for processing fear and stress. This practice, known in psychology as affect labeling, is one of the most accessible tools for emotional balance and a cornerstone of what we call emotional intelligence. When emotions go unnamed, they tend to swirl beneath the surface, coloring our thoughts, tightening our muscles, and hijacking our reactions. But when we take a moment to stop and identify what we're feeling, we shift brain activity away from the emotional centers and toward the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain involved in thinking, reasoning, and decision-making. By naming a feeling, we begin to understand it, and understanding gives us control. It's not about suppressing the emotion or trying to make it disappear. It's about saying to yourself, this is what's happening inside me, and it's okay to feel it. When you name an emotion, you bring it into the light, giving it form and definition. Fear becomes fear, not confusion, not dread without context, just fear. Sadness becomes sadness. Frustration becomes frustration. And once a feeling has a name, it's less likely to overwhelm you. This is why developing an emotional vocabulary is so important. The more precisely you can identify your feelings, the better you can respond to them. Instead of vague discomfort, you can recognize shame, envy, guilt, or loneliness. Each has its own message, and each calls for a different kind of self-care. Emotional intelligence doesn't mean avoiding hard emotions. It means recognizing them early and responding with clarity and compassion. In moments of stress, try pausing and asking yourself, what am I feeling right now? Don't rush to fix it. Just name it. Say it out loud or write it down. Notice how that small act shifts something inside you. The feeling may still be there, but it becomes less chaotic. You've turned noise into signal. You've moved from being in the storm to observing it from a calmer place. This practice is especially powerful in relationships. When you can name your own emotions, you're less likely to lash out or withdraw. You can express yourself without blame, and you can hear others more clearly. It builds bridges of empathy. It turns emotional reactivity into thoughtful dialogue. So the next time you feel tense, stuck, or overwhelmed, try the simplest thing, name it. Say, I'm angry, I'm scared, or I feel helpless. Let the words soften the emotion's grip. Let them create space between you and the feeling. Because once a feeling has a name, it's no longer running the show, you are. And that small shift, that quiet act of awareness, is where emotional strength begins. Depression and the aging body. We often speak of depression as something that happens in the mind, a cloud of sadness, a loss of motivation, a retreat inward. But what many don't realize is that clinical depression affects far more than mood. It reaches deep into the body, down to the cellular level, altering the pace of time itself within us. Scientists have found that depression doesn't just feel like it's aging you. It literally speeds up biological aging in your cells, making your body older than your actual age. One of the most striking discoveries in this area involves something called telomeres, the protective caps at the ends of your chromosomes. Think of them as the plastic tips on shoelaces that keep the strands from fraying. Each time a cell divides, telomeres shorten, acting as a kind of internal clock. When they become too short, the cell can no longer divide, contributing to aging and age-related diseases. Studies have shown that people with long-term depression tend to have significantly shorter telomeres, suggesting their cells are aging faster than normal. But the impact goes beyond telomeres. Depression is often accompanied by chronic inflammation, a low-grade immune response that slowly wears down tissues and organs. Inflammation is meant to protect us, but when it stays activated for too long, as it often does in depression, it becomes toxic. It damages blood vessels, increases the risk of heart disease, weakens the immune system, and interferes with brain function. The result? A body that is not just emotionally burdened, but physically strained too. What's more, depression can disrupt sleep cycles, appetite regulation, and hormone production. It affects how your body handles insulin, how your brain processes pain, and how your nervous system manages stress. It can lead to fatigue, aches, and a deep physical heaviness that mirrors its emotional weight. You're not just sad, you're exhausted inside and out, and this exhaustion seeps into every system, quietly accelerating the toll of time. It's important to understand this not to create more fear, but to foster more compassion. Depression is not simply a mood you can snap out of. It's not weakness or laziness. It's a full body condition that deserves real care. Just as we wouldn't tell someone with a broken leg to walk it off, we can't ask someone with depression to think positive and expect recovery. Healing requires understanding, support, and often treatment, because the stakes are not just emotional, but deeply physical. The good news is that healing can reverse some of these effects. Treatment for depression, whether through therapy, medication, lifestyle changes, or social support, has been linked to improvements in cellular aging markers. People who recover often see their stress levels drop, their inflammation markers reduce, and their biological age stabilize. The body is resilient, and it responds to care, slowly, steadily, beautifully. So if you or someone you love is struggling with depression, remember, it's real. It's not just in your head, it's in your body too. But that means healing can reach both mind and body alike. And every step toward healing, no matter how small, is also a step toward renewing the cells that carry you forward. The new normal of anxiety. It's a startling fact. The average high school student today experiences the same level of anxiety as a psychiatric patient in the 1950s. That's not a metaphor or exaggeration. It's the result of decades of research comparing psychological benchmarks over time. What once required clinical attention has, over the years, become the baseline. This says less about the students and more about the world they've inherited, a world that moves faster, demands more, and rarely pauses. Modern life has quietly reshaped the human nervous system. We are constantly connected, constantly comparing, constantly stimulated. Social media alone delivers an unending stream of updates, images, and silent pressures. Every notification, every scroll, every like or lack thereof sends subtle signals to the brain. Am I enough? Am I seen? Am I safe? What we call normal life now floods the mind with a level of vigilance that our ancestors reserved for real danger. But the pressure doesn't stop at the screen. Academic competition, economic uncertainty, climate anxiety, information overload, and a shifting social fabric all contribute to an atmosphere of low-grade, chronic stress. It's not one dramatic event. It's the cumulative weight of small, relentless expectations. For many teens, and even adults, there is no real off switch. Even rest feels like something you have to earn. And the body responds. Elevated cortisol levels, shallow breathing, muscle tension, trouble sleeping, racing thoughts, a constant sense that something's wrong, even if you can't name it. This is anxiety, not the sudden panic that gets attention, but the quiet hum of unease that settles in the background. It's not imaginary. It's the nervous system trying to keep up with a world that never slows down. What's especially troubling is how normalized this has become. Feeling anxious all the time no longer sets off alarm bells. It's seen as part of being ambitious, responsible, connected. We praise productivity while neglecting peace. We tell people to push through, but not how to slow down. In a world that measures worth by output, rest feels like rebellion, and well-being becomes secondary. But there's another way. Anxiety may feel normal, but it isn't inevitable. The first step is naming what's happening, not just in your mind, but in your environment. You're not broken for feeling overwhelmed. You're reacting to a system that overwhelms. From there, you can begin to change how you relate to that system. Through mindfulness, boundaries, simpler routines, deeper sleep, time in nature, and real human connection, it's possible to reset the nervous system. It won't happen all at once, but every quiet moment you reclaim, every breath, every unplugged hour, every honest conversation, is a step toward balance, toward remembering that life is not just about coping with stress, but about building a world where peace is not rare, but reachable. And maybe, in understanding how high the baseline has risen, we can be gentler with ourselves, with each other. Because behind every anxious teen or overwhelmed adult is not weakness, but a nervous system asking for kindness in an unkind world. The quiet decline of empathy. In the last 3 decades, something subtle but significant has shifted. College students today are around 40% less empathetic than those just 30 years ago. That's not a small drop. It's a steep decline in one of the most essential traits that binds us together as human beings. Empathy, the ability to understand and feel what another person is going through, is fading, and researchers are increasingly concerned about what that means for our society, our relationships, and our shared humanity. Empathy isn't just a soft virtue. It's the foundation of compassion, connection, and cooperation. When we feel for others, we're more likely to help, to listen, to forgive. Empathy quiets the ego. It invites us to care about something beyond ourselves. And yet, modern life seems to be quietly eroding it. The culprits: a culture that glorifies self-promotion, a digital world that fragments real connection, and the constant hum of distraction that keeps us from truly seeing one another. Technology, in particular, plays a double-edged role. On one hand, it connects us instantly to others around the globe, but on the other, it creates distance behind the screen. We scroll past suffering, swipe past complexity, and consume curated lives that rarely show vulnerability. Text replaces tone, emoji replaces nuance, and somewhere in that exchange our muscles atrophy from disuse. When conversations are reduced to characters and notifications, it becomes easier to forget that a real person is on the other end. Our cultural narratives have also shifted. Success is often framed as individual achievement. Hustle culture rewards self-interest. The loudest voices get the most attention, even if they lack depth or kindness. In this climate, empathy can seem like a weakness, an emotional pause in a world that rewards speed. And so, over time, we become more self-focused, less willing to look through someone else's eyes. But empathy is not lost. It's just underused. Like any skill, it can be nurtured. It starts by slowing down, by paying attention when someone speaks, by asking questions instead of making assumptions, by listening not to reply, but to understand. It also means stepping outside your echo chamber, reading stories that challenge your worldview, and spending time in real, face-to-face conversations, especially with people who are different from you. What's powerful is that even brief, intentional efforts can reawaken empathy. Studies show that engaging in perspective-taking exercises, volunteering, or even reading literary fiction can help rebuild our empathetic capacity. The brain is not fixed, it can change, and so can we. In a world growing louder, faster, and more fragmented, empathy might just be the quiet revolution we need. It won't trend, and it won't go viral, but it will make us human again. It will remind us that behind every screen, every mask, every opinion is a person hoping to be understood. And perhaps that's where healing begins, not with louder arguments, but with a softer willingness to feel what someone else feels. The hidden danger of anorexia. Anorexia nervosa is often misunderstood. It's seen as a fixation on body image or a pursuit of thinness. But beneath the surface, it is something far more serious and far more deadly. Anorexia has the highest mortality rate of any mental disorder. For those with the most severe forms, between 5% and 20% eventually die from organ failure, suicide, or complications caused by the body simply not having enough to survive. What makes anorexia so dangerous is not just the extreme weight loss. It's the complex interplay of psychological, biological, and emotional distress that fuels it. It becomes a way of coping, a sense of control in a world that feels overwhelming or chaotic, but the body pays the price. As it's deprived of nutrients, the heart weakens, bones become brittle, the immune system falters, and the brain slows. With time, even basic functions begin to shut down. And yet, those suffering often cannot see the damage. In their mind, the fear of eating outweighs the fear of dying. Unlike many disorders, anorexia can hide in plain sight. People may appear high-functioning, disciplined, even admired for their willpower. But behind the control is deep psychological pain, an inner voice that never quiets, a constant sense of not being enough. It's not a phase. It's not vanity. It's a serious illness that demands compassion, understanding, and medical care. Recovery is possible, but it's not easy. It requires unlearning habits that have become identity, confronting deep-rooted beliefs about worth, and often facing a profound fear of change. It also takes a team, doctors, therapists, family, and friends, offering both structure and support. And most of all, it takes time. Because healing isn't just about weight, it's about reclaiming the self beneath the suffering. We must talk about anorexia not as a fringe issue, but as a life-threatening condition. The statistics are not abstract. They represent real lives cut short. Young people full of promise, disappearing silently into a disorder that thrives on silence. By speaking openly, by recognizing the signs early, and by approaching with empathy instead of judgment, we can help more people find their way back. Anorexia is not a choice. It's a disease. But every day of survival is a step toward recovery, and every voice that speaks with understanding makes it just a little easier for someone else to seek help. Beneath the disorder, there is always a person still worthy of care, connection, and life. You are not alone. In any given year, about 1/3 of all people will meet the criteria for an anxiety, mood, or substance use disorder. That's not a small fraction. It's millions upon millions of lives affected by mental health struggles that often go unseen. Behind quiet faces and polite small talk, behind the social media smiles and daily routines, countless people are navigating invisible battles. Mental health issues are far more common than most realize, and yet, stigma still makes many feel alone in their suffering. Anxiety disorders, from panic attacks to social anxiety to generalized worry, affect people of all ages and walks of life. Mood disorders like depression, bipolar disorder, and dysthymia can drain a person's energy and sense of self. And substance use, often misunderstood as weakness or indulgence, is frequently a desperate attempt to manage pain, trauma, or emotional overload. These are not character flaws. They are human responses to pressure, imbalance, or distress, and they deserve care, not shame. One of the reasons mental health struggles feel isolating is because they often go unspoken. People hide their pain behind productivity, humor, or withdrawal. They fear being seen as fragile or unstable. But the truth is, struggling doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. And in reality, you are surrounded by others who understand, whether they speak of it or not. The brain is like any other organ. It can hurt, it can heal, and sometimes it needs help. If 1 in 3 people experiences these issues every year, then mental health isn't an exception, it's part of the shared human experience. The more we talk about it, the more we normalize care. The more we listen without judgment, the more we create a world where healing is possible. There is no shame in needing support. Therapy, medication, mindfulness, movement, connection. There are many paths toward balance. What matters is knowing that you're not alone, and that reaching out is an act of strength. Just as we wouldn't walk on a broken leg without a crutch, we shouldn't ask people to push through mental pain without tools or guidance. So if you're struggling right now, know this: you are part of a silent majority. What you feel has been felt by many before you. And recovery, while not always linear, is within reach. There are people who care, who understand, and who are ready to walk beside you. And if you're not struggling, but someone close to you is, your presence matters more than you know. A kind word, a listening ear, a simple check-in, it can create a bridge from despair to hope. In a world where mental health struggles are this common, kindness is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. Let this be a quiet reminder: no one is truly alone in this. Healing begins in honesty, and connection is often the first step. The shared journey of mental health. A long-term study tracking people over decades uncovered a striking truth. Only 17% reached the age of 38 without ever experiencing any mental illness. That means more than 4 out of 5 people will face a significant mental health challenge at some point in their lives. These aren't rare exceptions, they're the norm. Whether it's anxiety, depression, trauma, substance struggles, or something else, mental health challenges are a nearly universal part of the human experience. This changes how we should think about mental health. It's not a matter of if but when. And instead of dividing people into those who are mentally ill and those who are mentally healthy, it becomes clearer that we're all on a spectrum, moving in and out of struggle, healing, and resilience throughout our lives. No one is immune. And that realization should bring more compassion, not more fear. Mental illness doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's the slow fade of motivation. Sometimes it's irritability, insomnia, numbness, or an ache you can't name. It can arrive after grief, stress, or no clear reason at all. And because it's invisible, it's easy to minimize or ignore until it grows too heavy to carry quietly. But even in those darkest seasons, you are not alone. You are walking a path worn by countless others. The mind, like the body, needs care. And just as we expect to get sick from time to time physically, we should expect that our minds will sometimes need rest, support, or healing too. What matters most is not whether you struggle, but how you respond with honesty, gentleness, and the willingness to seek help when needed. This statistic doesn't signal defeat, it offers comfort. It tells you that your suffering is not strange. It's part of what it means to live, to feel, to bear the weight of this world. And it also means there is an ocean of shared experience, support, and wisdom out there, if we're willing to talk about it. So let's drop the masks. Let's stop pretending mental health is a separate issue that only affects some people. Let's make room for the truth, that most of us are fighting internal battles, that healing is possible, that needing help is human, and that with kindness, connection, and care, we can all make it through. The weight of why. After something painful happens, it's natural to ask, why me? Why did this happen? What does it mean? The human mind craves explanation, and in the face of trauma or loss, we often search for meaning as a way to regain control. But surprisingly, people who dwell on why tend to have a harder time recovering, while reflection can be healing. Rumination, repeating the same questions without answers, can deepen the wound instead of closing it. Long-term studies on trauma survivors show something counterintuitive. Those who don't obsess over finding deeper meaning often cope better. It's not that they don't think about what happened, but they don't become trapped in a loop of needing the pain to make sense. They don't wait for closure to move forward. Instead, they focus on what's next, what they can do, feel, change, or accept in the moment. When we stay locked in why, the mind circles endlessly. It revisits the event, replays the scene, tries to find justice, logic, or purpose in something that may simply be random or cruel. The search for meaning becomes another form of suffering, a refusal to allow the past to be what it is, and in that refusal, healing stalls. But when survivors turn toward how can I take care of myself now? How can I find peace? How can I live again? They begin to reclaim their power, not by understanding the pain, but by gently outgrowing it. They stop needing the story to be neat or fair. They stop needing a cosmic reason. And in that surrender, they begin to find relief. This doesn't mean that finding meaning is always harmful. For some, creating a new purpose out of pain, through helping others, creating art, or sharing their story can be deeply healing. But the key difference is letting the meaning arise naturally, rather than forcing it. It's the difference between growing around your scars and picking at them to find something that may not be there. Letting go of why doesn't mean you approve of what happened. It means you choose your energy carefully. You stop handing the past your attention and begin planting it in the present. You shift from analysis to acceptance, from searching to living. And in that shift, a quiet kind of strength returns. So if you've been stuck in the questions, know this: you don't need to understand everything to move forward. You don't need to find meaning to heal. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is say, "This hurts, and I may never know why, but I can still choose peace." And that choice, made again and again, is what turns survival into growth. The hidden cost of Plan B. We're often told to be prepared, to always have a backup plan, just in case things don't work out. And while that advice may sound wise, research reveals something surprising. Having a Plan B can actually make you less likely to succeed at Plan A. It's not because you consciously give up, but because the very existence of a safety net can subtly reduce your motivation. Your brain, sensing an escape route, may hold back just enough to make failure more likely. This isn't about laziness or lack of discipline. It's about how the mind manages risk and energy. When we know there's an out, a fallback, a second option waiting in the wings, our commitment to the first goal quietly softens. We may not try as hard, push as far, or sacrifice as deeply, because part of us already believes it's okay to fall short. And while that sounds reasonable, success often requires full, unapologetic dedication, especially when the path is difficult or uncertain. Think of it like crossing a tightrope. If there's a net below, your steps might be just a little looser, your balance a little less focused. But when there's no net, when falling isn't an option, you engage every muscle, every breath, every thought to stay on that rope. That intensity, that absolute commitment, is what often makes the difference between success and falling short. This doesn't mean you should live recklessly or ignore the value of being prepared. In some situations, backup plans are essential. But it does mean we should be mindful of when and how we create them. If Plan B becomes more than a contingency, if it becomes a comfortable alternative, it might quietly steal your fire. Commitment creates clarity. When there's only one goal, the mind sharpens. You stop looking for exits and start creating solutions. You move with purpose, not hesitation. And that mindset, more than talent or luck, often determines whether a dream becomes reality. So if you're chasing something that truly matters, consider this: what would it feel like to go all in? To bet on yourself without the safety net, not recklessly, but with heart. To decide that you'll make it work, not because you have to, but because you want to. Because you believe in the destination enough to close every door behind you except the one ahead. Plan B may offer comfort, but Plan A, when pursued with full conviction, offers transformation. And sometimes, removing the exit is what helps you find the way forward, the 5-minute gateway. When it comes to productivity, starting is often the hardest part. Tasks loom larger before they begin, their weight exaggerated by our resistance. But there's a quiet, powerful trick to overcome this. Tell yourself you'll just work on it for 5 minutes. That's it. Not an hour. Not until it's finished. Just 5 simple, manageable minutes. It's a strategy rooted in psychology. And it works because it shifts the mountain into a pebble. The brain often resists big efforts. It fears discomfort, failure, or simply the unknown. So it stalls. Procrastination creeps in not because we're lazy, but because we're overwhelmed. The project feels too big, the commitment too long, the effort too draining. But when the demand is just 5 minutes, the brain stops objecting. It says, "That's not so bad, I can handle that." And in starting, you overcome the biggest obstacle, inertia. This method taps into what's known as the Zeigarnik effect, our mind's tendency to remember and stay engaged with tasks that have been started but not finished. Once you begin, your mind naturally wants to keep going, to resolve the open loop. Momentum builds not from motivation, but from movement. 5 minutes becomes 10, then 30, and soon you're in the flow you thought would never arrive. This trick is especially useful when motivation is low. Waiting to feel ready rarely works. Readiness is not a prerequisite for action. Action creates readiness. It quiets the inner resistance, focuses your energy, and makes the task feel lighter than you feared. Like dipping a toe into cold water, you realize it's not as bad as your imagination warned. The 5-minute rule is gentle, non-threatening, and effective. It doesn't demand perfection. It doesn't judge your pace. It simply invites you to begin. And that beginning can unlock the very momentum that procrastination tried to steal. The hidden cost of announcing your goals. We're often told that sharing our goals makes us more accountable, that telling others what we plan to do creates pressure to follow through. But psychology suggests something counterintuitive. Announcing your goals can actually make you less likely to achieve them, not because others will doubt you, but because publicly declaring your ambition can give you a premature sense of accomplishment, a feeling that you've already taken meaningful steps when, in reality, you haven't started at all. It comes down to how the brain responds to recognition. When you tell people you're going to write a book, run a marathon, or launch a business, their support and praise can feel good, sometimes too good. That warm reaction gives you a taste of the success before it's earned. And in that moment, your brain experiences a reward. Dopamine is released. You feel validated. But there's a catch: that satisfaction can reduce your motivation to do the actual work. This phenomenon has been studied in depth. When people share their goals publicly, they often experience what's called social reality, a mental trick where being seen as someone working toward a goal becomes more important than being someone who is truly doing it. Instead of using energy to take action, the energy gets used in curating an identity, and the goal begins to dissolve into talk rather than effort. That doesn't mean you should never share your aspirations, but it does mean you should share wisely. Instead of declaring outcomes, "I'm going to lose 20 pounds, try sharing your process. "I'm planning to work out 3 times this week." That shift from result to routine keeps the focus on action, not applause. There's something powerful about quiet goals. Goals kept close, nurtured in solitude. When you don't rely on external recognition, you tap into a deeper form of drive, an intrinsic motivation. The work becomes more about growth, discipline, and discovery, and less about external validation. You become the kind of person who moves in silence and lets results speak. So if you're serious about achieving something big, consider holding it in for a while, not out of secrecy but out of strategy. Let the vision live privately until it's rooted in action. Let the hunger build without the distraction of praise. And when the time comes, let your progress, not your promise, be the thing that surprises everyone. The power of a question. When we want to motivate ourselves, the instinct is to declare, "I will do this." It sounds confident, decisive, and determined. But surprisingly, psychology reveals a more effective approach. Instead of making a statement, ask yourself a question: will I do this? That tiny shift in language creates a big shift in the brain. It doesn't just reaffirm your intention, it engages your mind in a search for commitment, clarity, and action. Why does this work? Because questions open doors. They spark curiosity. When you ask, "Will I?" instead of saying, "I will," your brain begins to evaluate. It thinks critically. It searches for reasons, motivations, and methods. This process invites self-reflection, which leads to stronger internal motivation. Motivation that isn't based on pressure or ego, but on choice. Statements can sometimes create resistance. Saying "I will work out today" can trigger an unconscious rebellion. It feels like an obligation, a demand. But asking "will I work out today" activates a different part of the brain, one that values autonomy. It feels like an invitation rather than a command. You're no longer forcing yourself, you're deciding. And that decision, made freely, is far more likely to stick. This simple trick has roots in motivational psychology. Studies have shown that people who ask themselves, "Will I?" before a task were significantly more likely to follow through than those who declared "I will." The question format helped them plan, visualize obstacles, and prepare mentally. In other words, the act of questioning nudged their brains into action mode. It's a gentle, powerful strategy, especially on days when motivation is low. Instead of trying to force energy into your body with loud affirmations, whisper a question to yourself. Will I take that first step? You may be surprised by how naturally your mind begins to answer, not with fear or pressure, but with thoughtful possibility, the fatigue behind your choices. Willpower isn't infinite. Like a muscle, it gets tired the more you use it. This mental weariness is known as decision fatigue, and it's something we all experience, often without realizing it. After a long day of choosing, deciding, resisting, and adjusting, your brain starts to lose its edge. It doesn't stop functioning, but it starts defaulting to the easiest option, shortcuts, impulses, or whatever takes the least effort. This explains why judges tend to give harsher rulings as the day wears on. Early in the morning, when their minds are fresh, they may rule more thoughtfully and leniently. But as decision after decision piles up, their mental energy thins out. Without realizing it, they begin to rely on quicker, more rigid choices. Similarly, you're more likely to reach for junk food late at night, not because you're hungry, but because your willpower reserves are low and fast gratification takes the wheel. Every decision you make, what to wear, how to respond to a message, whether to scroll or stop, uses a bit of your cognitive fuel. Over time, it adds up. By evening, even simple tasks feel heavier. Your ability to focus, to resist, to think long-term, all of it fades just enough to change your behavior. And that's when unhealthy choices slip in, not because you're weak, but because you're human. Understanding decision fatigue is powerful because it helps you plan your life more kindly. If you want to stick to a habit, make the decision easier. Prep meals in advance. Lay out your clothes the night before. Automate your good choices so they don't drain your willpower. Save your mental energy for the things that really need it. Willpower, like a muscle, also needs rest. Breaks, sleep, and mindfulness all help you recharge. When you honor your brain's limits, you become more consistent, not by trying harder, but by choosing smarter. The sweet sting of revenge. Revenge is a feeling we're often taught to suppress, seen as petty, toxic, or beneath us. But science tells a deeper story. Plotting revenge activates the brain's reward center, the same area that lights up when we eat something sweet, receive a compliment, or win a prize. In the moment, imagining revenge doesn't just feel justified, it feels good. The brain interprets it as a win, a reclaiming of power, a correction of imbalance. That's why, for a brief moment, revenge can feel incredibly satisfying. This reaction is rooted in our evolutionary wiring. In early societies, retaliation may have helped deter future harm, signaling strength to enemies and fairness to allies. It made emotional and social sense to even the score. So the brain began linking revenge with a sense of pleasure and justice, wiring it into our reward circuitry. Even today, just imagining revenge can give us a small dopamine boost, a mental pat on the back for planning how we'd make things right. But here's the paradox. While revenge feels good short-term, it rarely heals long-term. It can trap you in a loop, thinking about the harm, rehearsing the payback, feeding the resentment. The satisfaction fades quickly, but the bitterness often lingers. Instead of closure, you may end up carrying the wound even longer. What once felt like power becomes a prison. Revenge also keeps you tethered to the person or event that hurt you. Your focus stays outward, stuck in reaction, rather than inward, where true healing begins. Forgiveness, by contrast, doesn't reward you with that fiery high, but it gives you something deeper: release, peace, freedom from the endless echo of pain. Still, it's important not to judge yourself for feeling that spark of revenge. It's human. It means you were hurt, and that hurt matters. But the real strength lies not in striking back, but in choosing a different story, one where your peace matters more than your victory. So when the urge arises, notice it, feel it, even let it play out in your mind. But then ask yourself, do I want to feed this fire or walk away from it? Because sometimes the sweetest revenge is living a life so free, so light, that the weight they placed on you no longer matters. Why helping others makes you like them more. It seems backwards at first. You'd think doing someone a favor would make them like you more. But psychology reveals something stranger. When you do a favor for someone, you actually end up liking them more. This odd little twist is called the Ben Franklin effect, named after the founding father who once wrote that the best way to turn an enemy into a friend was to ask them for a small favor. But why would helping someone boost your feelings toward them? It all comes down to how the brain seeks consistency. When you do something generous or kind, especially if it takes effort, your mind wants the action to match your beliefs. So if you help someone, even someone you're unsure about, your brain assumes there must be a reason. It tells itself, I must like this person. Otherwise, why would I help them? And just like that, your feelings start to shift to match your behavior. This is a form of cognitive dissonance resolution. The brain dislikes contradiction. If your actions say I care but your thoughts say I don't like them, a conflict arises. And rather than believe your actions were random or insincere, your brain resolves the tension by nudging your emotions into alignment. The result? A growing sense of fondness for the person you help. This effect also works in reverse. If you treat someone poorly, your mind might justify that behavior by convincing you they deserved it, leading to even more dislike. But when you go out of your way to do something kind, even small, holding a door, offering help, or simply listening, your mind begins to build a narrative of connection and trust. It's not just that kind people like others. Kindness itself creates liking. The Ben Franklin effect reminds us of something subtle yet powerful. Our emotions are shaped not just by how we feel, but by what we do. If you want to strengthen a relationship or soften a negative feeling, consider doing a small favor, not for credit or approval, but because in helping someone you might discover your own heart changing in the process. And sometimes the smallest gesture becomes the beginning of something much deeper, because in giving, we reveal to ourselves who we are and who we're willing to become. The Batman effect. Willpower often feels like a fragile thing. One distraction, one craving, one moment of weakness, and it can slip away. But psychology has uncovered a fascinating way to strengthen it. Pretend you're someone else, not just anyone. Someone strong, focused, disciplined. In one study, children who imagined themselves as Batman, complete with the question, what would Batman do, were able to resist temptation longer and stay more focused on tasks that most would find boring. This playful trick is now known as the Batman effect. At its core, this technique works because it creates emotional distance. When you're struggling, your thoughts are tied to the discomfort. I'm bored. I want to quit. This is hard. But when you shift perspective, when you pretend you're a hero, a role model, or even a version of yourself you admire, you stop thinking from inside the struggle and instead observe it from the outside. You become the one guiding the behavior, not the one trapped in the moment. Adopting an alter ego creates space. It reframes the situation. You're no longer someone who has to resist the cookie. You're someone like Batman, who simply wouldn't be distracted by it in the first place. That imagined identity becomes a compass, pointing your behavior in the direction of strength, clarity, and control. This isn't just for kids. Adults can use it too. The alter ego doesn't have to be a superhero. It could be your favorite athlete, a wise mentor, or a future version of yourself, the one who's already mastered discipline. When you face a challenge, ask, how would they respond? That question pulls you out of reactivity and into intentional action. The mind is incredibly influenced by the stories it tells, and when you step into a story where you are strong, capable, and focused, you begin to act that way, even if it starts as pretend. Over time, those behaviors become habits, and those habits shape identity. What begins as a mask becomes a mirror reflecting your potential. The chameleon effect. Without even noticing, we mirror each other. In conversation, our bodies lean the same way. Our faces reflect each other's expressions. Our voices subtly shift to match pace and tone. This quiet mimicry is known as the chameleon effect, and it's one of the brain's most natural bonding tools. It happens unconsciously, a silent dance of connection where your posture and mannerisms gently align with the person you're interacting with. This mirroring isn't about mockery. It's about empathy. When someone subtly mirrors your body language, your brain perceives them as more familiar, more trustworthy, and more likable. It creates a subtle feeling of being understood, even if no one consciously notices the mimicry. It's how strangers become friends and how conversations feel effortless. The chameleon effect plays a key role in social cohesion. Evolutionary psychologists believe it helped our ancestors create alliances and avoid conflict. When you mirror someone, your brain is signaling, "I'm safe. I'm like you." That sense of likeness fosters ease, openness, and emotional connection. And when others mirror you, you instinctively feel more seen. Interestingly, people who are more empathetic tend to mirror more, and people who are being mirrored tend to open up more, trust more, and walk away from an interaction feeling closer to the other person, even if they don't know why. It's the subtle magic of the human mind at work, building bridges without words. This also explains why certain conversations feel more comfortable than others. When rapport is strong, the mirroring happens naturally, but you can also activate it intentionally. By gently matching someone's rhythm, sitting how they sit, speaking at a similar pace, you can increase connection without forcing anything. It's not manipulation, it's resonance, like tuning forks vibrating in sync. The silent power of eye contact. In a world overflowing with words, sometimes the strongest connection is made in silence, through the eyes. Eye contact isn't just a social gesture, it's a deeply wired part of how we understand and trust each other. When someone meets your gaze, your brain immediately begins evaluating. Are they safe? Are they honest? Are they listening? And when that gaze is warm and steady, something powerful happens. Oxytocin is released, the same chemical tied to bonding, love, and connection. Just a few seconds of friendly eye contact can change how we feel. It builds trust, softens tension, and sends a message that says, "I see you." We're drawn to those who meet our eyes, not in a cold, unblinking way, but in a gentle, present one. It signals confidence, authenticity, and attention. No wonder people who hold eye contact are often perceived as more competent, charismatic, and sincere. Eye contact is also one of the earliest ways we connect. Infants seek their parents' eyes before they understand words. That gaze becomes the foundation for emotional development and attachment. As we grow, the same principle applies. Locking eyes helps anchor us to each other, creating a silent bridge between minds. But it's not just about being seen. It's about seeing in return. When you hold someone's gaze with kindness, you invite them to feel safe, to open up, to be human. You say without words, "You matter." That's why moments of eye contact can feel so profound. It's not just looking, it's recognizing. Of course, comfort with eye contact varies by culture and personality. For some, it can feel too intimate, even overwhelming. The key is in the balance, being present, not forceful, engaged, not invasive. It can comfort, inspire, and create a moment of true presence, the instant glance. It only takes 1/10 of a second. That's all the time your brain needs to size someone up. Before a word is spoken, before a handshake is offered, your mind has already made a decision. Trustworthy or not, kind or cold, confident or unsure. This blink-fast judgment is called a first impression, and it happens automatically, unconsciously, and often unchangeably. We like to think we're rational thinkers, that we gather evidence and make thoughtful choices. But when it comes to faces, our brains move faster than logic. A single glance activates regions responsible for threat detection, reward, and memory. We compare features to past experiences, cultural norms, and subtle emotional cues within milliseconds. Without realizing it, we form a story about the person we're looking at, built from tiny expressions and fleeting signals. And once formed, that impression tends to stick. Even when given more information later, we often filter it through the lens of that snap judgment. This is why first impressions are so powerful, and sometimes unfair. A smile, a raised eyebrow, the way someone carries themselves, they can tilt perception before truth has a chance to speak. But this rapid response isn't entirely irrational. It evolved as a survival mechanism. In uncertain environments, quickly assessing a stranger could mean the difference between safety and danger. Over time, our brains became wired to read faces as emotional maps, scanning for signs of friendliness, dominance, or deceit. These shortcuts helped us navigate social worlds long before language developed. Still, the brain's speed can be a double-edged sword. It means we sometimes misjudge, especially when bias, fatigue, or unfamiliarity cloud our snap decisions. It's a reminder to pause when possible, to let awareness catch up with instinct, and to give others the same grace we'd want for ourselves. Because behind every face is a story that can't be read in a tenth of a second, and though our brains are quick to judge, our hearts always have the chance to look again, with more softness, more patience, and more understanding. The illusion of the hollow. Your mind loves shortcuts. It wants to make sense of the world quickly, cleanly, and with as little effort as possible. One of its favorite shortcuts is something psychologists call the halo effect, a quiet mental bias where one shining trait casts a glow over everything else. If someone is attractive, confident, or charming, our brain often assumes they're also smart, kind, competent, and trustworthy, even if we have no proof at all. It's not a conscious choice. The halo effect happens beneath awareness, influencing judgment in subtle but powerful ways. A confident speaker seems more intelligent. A friendly smile makes someone seem more honest. A beautiful face feels more capable. We don't just see the trait, we project it outward, letting it color everything else. This bias is deeply rooted in human psychology. In early evolution, quickly assessing a person's worth may have offered an advantage. If someone appeared healthy or confident, our ancestors may have instinctively seen them as better allies or leaders. But in modern life, the halo effect can distort how we hire, vote, date, or trust. It can make us overlook red flags or place blind faith in charisma. Even in school or work, studies show that teachers and managers tend to rate attractive or enthusiastic individuals more favorably across the board, even when their performance is average. It's not that these people are trying to deceive. It's just that our brains love consistency, and it feels easier to believe someone who's good at one thing must be good at everything. But real life is rarely that simple. A charismatic leader might lack depth, a beautiful stranger might not be kind, and someone quiet or awkward might carry brilliance we overlook. The halo effect reminds us to slow down and look beyond the shine, to ask, what do I really know? And what am I just assuming based on appearance or charm? When you notice the halo effect in action, it's not about blaming yourself, it's about becoming aware, because awareness gives you a choice. You can still admire beauty or confidence, but with clarity. You can choose to see people as more than a single impression. You can move beyond the glow and find what's real. And in doing so, you begin to see others, not as halos or shadows, but as full, complex human beings, each with light of their own, the hidden struggles we don't see. It's easy to believe that everyone else has it together, that they're happier, more confident, more socially connected than you. You scroll through pictures of smiling faces, hear people laughing in conversation, and quietly wonder if you're the only one feeling lonely, anxious, or unsure. But the truth is far more universal and far more human. Everyone is carrying something invisible. Psychologists call it the illusion of transparency, the false belief that other people can see our internal struggles, while we remain blind to theirs. One study found that most people think their peers have fuller, more joyful social lives than they actually do. But behind the scenes, many of those same people are feeling the same doubts, the same loneliness, the same yearning for connection. Why do we misjudge others so often? Part of it is visibility. We see the outside, the polished version, the composed expressions, the curated stories. But we don't see the overthinking at night, the moments of silence filled with self-doubt, the quiet longing behind a smile. And because we're so focused on our own worries, we assume others are free of them, but they aren't. The result is a silent epidemic of comparison, measuring our inner world against everyone else's highlight reel. And that gap can feel like failure, even when it's a fiction. It creates distance between people who are actually very similar, each of us wondering if we're the only ones struggling, when in fact we are surrounded by others doing the very same thing. But when someone lets down their guard, when they say, "I've felt that too," everything shifts. The illusion breaks. Connection grows. Compassion returns. You realize I'm not alone in this, and neither are they, the spotlight that isn't there. Sometimes it feels like a spotlight is following you. A stain on your shirt, a word you stumbled over, a bad hair day. You imagine everyone saw it, everyone noticed, everyone's quietly judging. But here's the comforting truth. They probably didn't even register it. Psychologists call this the spotlight effect, the tendency to overestimate how much other people notice and remember about us. In reality, most people are far too busy thinking about their own lives, their own worries, their own insecurities. While you're replaying a moment you wish you could redo, others have already moved on, if they noticed at all. What feels massive inside your head is often just a passing blur in someone else's day. This isn't vanity, it's human nature. We all experience life from inside our own mind, where our thoughts and feelings are front and center. But we forget that for everyone else, we're just a background character in their own story. The spotlight we feel is more like a candle, barely noticed in the busy world around us. Studies have shown that people dramatically overestimate how noticeable their clothing, appearance, or minor mistakes are to others. Whether it's a nervous laugh, a voice crack, or a misstep in conversation, we believe the world is watching when it's barely glancing, and that belief adds unnecessary weight to already fragile moments. But there's freedom in this realization. If people aren't scrutinizing us as much as we fear, then we can relax into imperfection. We can be awkward, make mistakes, laugh at ourselves, and know that most of the time, no one is holding it against us. In fact, those human moments often go unnoticed or are quickly forgotten. And even when people do notice, they're usually more compassionate than we imagine, because they've been there too. We all have. We're not being watched. We're walking beside others who are just as unsure, just as self-conscious, just as human. The power of one voice. In a room full of agreement, one voice of dissent can feel like thunder. Even when everyone seems sure, even when the group is confidently wrong, a single person speaking the truth can change everything. That's what classic psychology experiments on conformity revealed. When people face a group that unanimously gives a wrong answer, many will follow along, even against their own eyes. But if just one other person speaks up and disagrees with the group, something powerful happens. The spell of conformity weakens. This isn't just theory. In a famous study by Solomon Asch, participants were asked to match line lengths. The task was simple, until actors in the room, posing as other participants, began giving obviously wrong answers. Under pressure, most people conformed to the group at least once. But when just one actor broke ranks and said the correct answer, others felt free to do the same. That lone dissent didn't have to argue or persuade, just exist. Why does this matter? Because it shows how much we crave belonging. Going against the group feels risky. It stirs anxiety. We fear judgment, exclusion, being seen as difficult. So often we stay silent, even when we know something's off. But one voice, calm, clear, and brave, can make others feel less alone and give them permission to trust their own perception. This applies to more than experiments. It plays out in classrooms, boardrooms, families, and friend groups. The first person to raise a hand, ask a question, or name what feels wrong becomes a signal to others. You're not crazy for noticing. And suddenly, silence becomes conversation. Fear becomes clarity. It doesn't take a crowd to stand up to pressure. It takes one person willing to risk being real. That's the beauty of dissent. It doesn't require power, just presence. And in a world where going along is often easier, the courage to disagree, kindly, firmly, truthfully, is a quiet kind of leadership. So if you ever find yourself holding back your voice because no one else has spoken up, remember this: you might be the very person someone else is waiting for. And your truth, however small, might be the ripple that sets others free. The hidden weight of group work. When we work in groups, something strange often happens. Effort fades, motivation thins, responsibility gets passed around like a fog. This quiet shift in energy is known as social loafing, a psychological tendency where individuals exert less effort when working as part of a group than when working alone. It's not laziness in the usual sense. It's about perception. In a group setting, responsibility feels diluted. You assume others will pick up the slack. You think your small part won't make much difference. And so, without even realizing it, your foot eases off the gas. This phenomenon shows up everywhere, from school projects and workplace teams to sports and volunteer work. Classic studies demonstrated that when people were asked to pull a rope alone, They pulled harder than when they believed others were pulling with them. Even though the goal was the same, the sense of personal responsibility changed. With more people involved, the burden felt lighter, and so the effort shrank. This is why group projects can be so frustrating for those who naturally work hard. When effort isn't equal, it can feel like you're carrying more than your share while others drift. And often, the more people there are, the more invisible individual contribution becomes, making it easier to disappear into the crowd. But social loafing isn't inevitable. It shrinks in the presence of accountability, purpose, and recognition. When individuals feel seen, when their unique role matters, when feedback is direct and meaningful, the group becomes more than the sum of its parts. Shared vision can ignite shared effort. The lesson isn't to avoid working in groups, but to build them mindfully. Clear roles, open communication, and mutual respect are the antidotes to loafing. So whether you're leading a team or joining one, remember this: when each person feels their effort counts, they give more of themselves. And if you're the one carrying extra weight, take heart. Your consistency matters even if it's unseen. Sometimes it's your quiet drive that keeps the wheels turning. Sometimes you're not just doing your part, you're holding the group together. The pull of the crowd. We like to think of ourselves as independent thinkers, confident in our choices and immune to the sway of others. But beneath that belief lies a truth both humbling and deeply human. We are wired to belong, and that wiring makes us vulnerable to something deceptively simple: peer pressure. In one of the most revealing experiments in psychology, participants were placed in a group and asked to answer a basic question, which of several lines matched a reference line in length. The answer was obvious. But when everyone else in the group, who were secretly actors, gave the same wrong answer, something startling happened. 75% of participants conformed at least once, knowingly going along with an incorrect response, not because they were confused, but because they didn't want to stand out. This is the quiet power of the group. When everyone around you believes something, even something clearly false, the pressure to agree can feel overwhelming. You start to doubt your own senses. You feel alone in your truth, and the fear of rejection, of being different, of disrupting harmony, becomes stronger than the need to be right. Peer pressure doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's subtle, an unspoken norm, a nervous laugh, a silent nod. It shapes how we dress, what we say, how we act, and often we're not even aware of it. It's easier to go along than to go against, but in that ease, we risk losing our voice. Yet awareness changes everything. When you recognize peer pressure for what it is, you gain a small window of choice. You can pause, breathe, ask yourself, what do I really think? What do I know to be true? That inner pause is powerful. It's the first step toward courage. Because true confidence isn't about never feeling pressure. It's about staying grounded when it comes. And when one person dares to speak their truth, they give silent permission for others to do the same. Obedience and the human shadow. It's one of the most unsettling truths in psychology. Under the right conditions, ordinary people can do extraordinary harm, not out of hatred or cruelty, but simply because someone in authority told them to. This was the haunting lesson of the Milgram experiment, a study that shook the world's understanding of human behavior. In the early 1960s, psychologist Stanley Milgram set out to explore obedience. Volunteers were told they were participating in a learning experiment. Their role was to administer electric shocks to a learner in another room whenever the person gave a wrong answer. The shocks weren't real, but the participants didn't know that. They heard fake screams, pleas to stop, even silence. And yet, when prompted by a calm man in a lab coat saying, "The experiment requires that you continue," most did. Roughly 65% of participants delivered what they believed were potentially lethal shocks, not because they were evil, not because they wanted to cause pain, but because they trusted the figure of authority, the lab coat, the institution, the assurance that you won't be held responsible. The Milgram experiment revealed a disturbing truth. When responsibility is externalized, morality can become blurred. People defer judgment to those above them. They silence their instincts. They follow orders, even when those orders conflict with their conscience. This isn't just history. The same dynamics appear in everyday life, in corporate decisions, military orders, social institutions. When someone with perceived power tells us what to do, we often comply, even when it feels wrong. Because authority feels safe, disobedience feels dangerous, and our need to belong, to follow, to not cause trouble, can override our moral compass. But there's a deeper message here too. Awareness is a shield. To pause. To ask what's being asked of me. Who is benefiting? What do I believe? Courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers, "This isn't right," in the face of a calm command. And in that moment, you are no longer just following orders. You are choosing humanity over hierarchy. Because real authority doesn't demand blind obedience. It invites responsibility, empathy, and the strength to say no when it matters most. When roles take over. Put a uniform on someone, give them a title, place them in a setting of control, and watch how quickly things can change. That was the chilling outcome of the Stanford prison experiment, one of psychology's most infamous studies. In just a few days, ordinary college students transformed, not because they were told to, but because the situation invited it. Conducted in 1971 by psychologist Philip Zimbardo, the study aimed to examine the psychological effects of perceived power. Volunteers were assigned roles. Half became guards, the other half prisoners, within a simulated prison environment. The setting was a mock jail in the basement of Stanford's psychology building. There were no real crimes, no real punishments, just role play. But the illusion became real far faster than anyone expected. Within 24 hours, guards began to assert their authority, often harshly. By the second day, prisoners rebelled. In response, the guards escalated. They humiliated inmates, imposed punishments, withheld food, and treated the others as less than human. The guards became cruel, the prisoners submissive. And all of it was unfolding between people who, just days before, were equal peers. No one forced the guards to act this way. They weren't instructed to be harsh, but the uniform, the power, the separation between us and them, it flipped a switch. The students playing prisoners, in turn, began to internalize their helplessness. They showed signs of depression, anxiety, and emotional collapse. The roles were just pretend, but the effects were painfully real. The experiment was scheduled to run for 2 weeks. It was shut down after just 6 days. What this study reveals is unsettling. The environment we're placed in can shape our behavior more than we like to admit, even those with good intentions. When given power without accountability, can slip into roles that conflict with their deeper values. Situations, not just personalities, can bring out the best or the worst in us. But there's hope in this knowledge. By understanding how roles and systems influence behavior, we gain the power to question them, to create checks, empathy, and reflection. To remember that behind every badge, title, or uniform, there's a human being capable of kindness or cruelty, depending on the environment we cultivate. Because roles are powerful, but awareness is more powerful still. And in remembering who we are beneath the part we play, we begin to reclaim our humanity, the silence of the crowd. In a moment of crisis, you might imagine that more people nearby means a better chance someone will step in to help. But strangely, the opposite is often true. The more witnesses there are, the less likely any single person is to act. This paradoxical behavior is known as the bystander effect, and it reveals a haunting truth about how we behave in groups. The bystander effect was brought to light after a tragic event in the 1960s, when a woman named Kitty Genovese was attacked in New York City. Reports claimed that dozens of people heard her cries, yet no one intervened in time. Whether or not the details were exaggerated, the story sparked a wave of psychological research, and the findings were deeply unsettling. In controlled experiments, psychologists found that people are far more likely to help someone in distress when they are alone than when others are present. When we see someone fall, cry out, or collapse, we instinctively look around, not just to understand the situation, but to see how others are reacting. And when those around us do nothing, we hesitate. We assume someone else is better equipped, more responsible, more likely to help, and so we wait. It's not cruelty. It's diffusion of responsibility. In a crowd, that sense of I should do something gets diluted. We tell ourselves someone else will step in. But often, everyone is thinking the same thing. And so, no one moves. This is the strange silence of the crowd, not a lack of care, but a quiet paralysis caused by numbers. It shows how easily our instinct to help can be overridden by social cues, uncertainty, and the fear of standing out. But here's the powerful part. When even one person breaks from the crowd, steps forward, makes a move, others quickly follow. Courage, like fear, is contagious. And awareness breaks the spell. Why one is safer than many. It seems logical to think that the more people are nearby during an emergency, the better your chances of getting help. But in truth, being surrounded by a crowd might actually reduce your odds of receiving assistance. This counterintuitive truth lies at the heart of the diffusion of responsibility, a core piece of what's known as the bystander effect. In urgent situations, like someone collapsing in the street or calling out for help, the presence of many onlookers can create a strange paralysis. Each person sees the others standing still and assumes someone else will handle it. No one wants to act out of turn. No one wants to look foolish. And so the responsibility to help, something that should feel deeply personal, gets diffused across the entire group. When there's just one other person nearby, the lines are clear. It's you and them. There's no ambiguity, no silent agreement that someone else will take charge. The responsibility doesn't float. It lands directly on the shoulders of the one witness. And that clarity often triggers action. Experiments have shown this again and again. If you collapse in front of one person, they're highly likely to help. If you collapse in front of 10, they may all freeze, not out of cruelty, but uncertainty. They look to each other for cues. And if everyone is waiting, no one moves. That's why in emergencies it's more effective to single someone out. Point to a person, make eye contact, say, "You, please call for help." That small act of direction breaks the spell of diffusion and transfers responsibility back to an individual. It awakens their sense of duty. Understanding this principle isn't just about protecting yourself. It's about becoming someone who can act when it matters. The next time you see a person in need, don't look around for a leader. Be the one. Step forward, even if you're unsure. Because the decision to help often begins with a single quiet choice to take responsibility, even when no one else will. The ripple of one good deed. Kindness, like a spark, can spread farther than we think. In moments of uncertainty, when people hesitate or stand still, a single act of generosity can awaken something powerful in everyone watching. This is the quiet magic of prosocial behavior. Kindness is contagious. Psychologists have found that witnessing someone help another person, whether offering a hand, showing compassion, or simply stepping in, increases the likelihood that others will do the same. It's not just about setting an example. It's about shifting the emotional tone of a situation. Kindness disrupts the hesitation that crowds often fall into. It breaks the trance of waiting. We're social creatures. Much of our behavior is guided by cues from those around us. If no one moves in a crisis, we stay still. But if just one person acts, approaches the fallen stranger, comforts the distressed, or shares without being asked, others follow. What once felt risky suddenly feels safe. What felt awkward becomes natural. This effect is so strong that it doesn't just influence those present in the moment. Kindness ripples outward. A single act can inspire not only the witnesses, but those they go on to meet. One good deed sparks another, passed along in a chain that often reaches far beyond what the original person ever sees. The same psychology that explains the bystander effect also explains this beautiful reversal. We hesitate when no one acts, but we're emboldened when someone does. In that sense, kindness is not just a virtue. It's a catalyst. So if you ever find yourself wondering whether your actions matter, remember this. Every act of kindness sends a signal, and even the smallest gesture may be the turning point that moves others to do the same. In a world where people are often waiting for someone else to lead, your choice to care might be the spark that wakes the crowd. Because sometimes all it takes is one person to start the wave, and a ripple of kindness can quietly change everything. The social magic of pets. There's something disarming about a wagging tail or a curious sniff. Whether you're out for a walk or sitting in a park, having a pet, especially a dog, can make you instantly more approachable. In fact, studies show that over 80% of people say they'd feel more confident striking up a conversation with a stranger who has a dog by their side. It's not just about cuteness, it's about connection. Pets act as social bridges. They lower barriers, offer a shared point of interest, and give people a natural reason to talk. A simple "what's their name?" or "can I pet them?" can spark a warm interaction where there might have been silence. Our brains are wired to respond positively to animals. They signal safety, warmth, and openness. When someone sees you with a pet, they're more likely to perceive you as friendly, trustworthy, and kind. And that perception often makes all the difference in whether someone chooses to approach you or not. In a world where people often feel isolated or unsure of how to begin a conversation, pets offer a gentle invitation. They remove the pressure of small talk and provide a reason to connect without forcing it. In that way, your furry companion becomes more than just a loyal friend. They become a social catalyst. So whether you're looking to meet new people or just brighten someone's day, don't underestimate the power of your four-legged friend. Your dog isn't just keeping you company. They're quietly helping you build invisible bridges to those around you. In the language of connection, a happy tail or a soft purr can speak louder than words. The truth behind attraction. We've all heard the phrase opposites attract, a romantic idea that sparks intrigue and tension in movies and novels. But in real life, the science of attraction tells a different story. When it comes to building meaningful relationships, we're far more likely to be drawn to those who are similar to us, not wildly different. Psychologists call this the similarity attraction effect. It shows up again and again in studies. People with shared values, comparable lifestyles, similar education levels, and even matching levels of physical attractiveness are more likely to form strong, lasting connections. It turns out, familiarity breeds comfort, and comfort builds trust. We naturally gravitate toward what feels familiar. When someone sees the world the way we do, it makes us feel seen and understood. Conversations flow more easily, disagreements are less intense, and shared activities feel more meaningful. These small alignments quietly reinforce emotional closeness. We may not even notice it happening, but it's there in the background, shaping who we choose to connect with. Even personality traits, once thought to be magnets for opposites, often follow this rule. While a more outgoing person might enjoy a quieter partner for balance, deeper compatibility still hinges on shared emotional rhythms and mutual respect for each other's style. It's not about being the same in every way, it's about being in sync where it matters most. So while the idea of polar opposites falling in love is charming on screen, in day-to-day life, we find our strongest bonds with people who reflect something of ourselves. They mirror our beliefs, echo our sense of humor, or match our emotional pace. And that quiet similarity isn't boring. It's the foundation of stability, empathy, and belonging. The kindness paradox in dating. Kindness is one of the most cherished traits in a long-term partner. But when it comes to first impressions in dating, things get a little more complicated. While men often find kindness in women attractive right away, studies suggest that women don't always feel the same instant spark with men who appear overly kind or agreeable upon first meeting. This doesn't mean kindness isn't valuable. It absolutely is. But in the very early stages, those fleeting moments of eye contact, body language, and subtle cues, other signals tend to dominate. Confidence, charisma, mystery, or even a hint of challenge can spark attraction more immediately than warmth alone. It's a quirk of perception shaped by both biology and social conditioning. For many women, a first impression often blends deeper subconscious calculations. Is this person strong? Capable? Interesting? Secure? And unfortunately, extreme kindness, if it comes across as overly accommodating, can sometimes be misinterpreted as lack of confidence or passivity. It's not the kindness that pushes someone away, but the way it's packaged. That said, kindness becomes more magnetic over time. Once initial attraction gives way to deeper connection, traits like empathy, emotional support, and generosity rise to the top. In the long game of relationships, these are the very qualities that keep love alive, what builds trust, safety, and real joy. So if you're someone who leads with a gentle heart, don't change who you are. Just remember that first impressions are a filter, not a full story. Attraction can evolve, sometimes slowly but powerfully, and in the end, it's kindness that turns sparks into something that lasts. Be kind. Be genuine, but also be confident in what you bring. Because kindness isn't weakness, it's strength, once someone has the eyes to see it. the secret power of your name. It might seem like coincidence or even superstition, but research shows that your name can quietly shape your life in surprising ways. People named Dennis or Denise are statistically more likely to become dentists. And across many datasets, individuals often live in cities or pursue careers that echo the sounds or letters of their own names. This strange effect is known as implicit egotism. Implicit egotism suggests that we're unconsciously drawn to things that resemble ourselves, even something as simple as our name. The idea is that we associate our names with our identity and self-worth. So when we encounter a place, profession, or even a person that mirrors some part of our name, it subtly feels more familiar, more right. You might meet a Laura who lives in Louisiana, a George who becomes a geologist, or a woman named Joy who ends up working in wellness. It's not destiny, it's psychology. These choices aren't made consciously. No one becomes a dentist just because their name is Dennis. But deep down, that similarity can nudge preferences, influence comfort levels, and tip decisions. Our brains are wired for self-recognition. We like what feels familiar. We trust what echoes who we already are. That's why we're more likely to donate to causes that start with the same letter as our name, or to marry people whose initials resemble our own. It's a quiet pull that most of us never notice, but it's there. Of course, this doesn't mean your name dictates your future. It's just one thread in the web of subtle influences that guide our path. But it does reveal something remarkable. Even the smallest, most personal part of us, our name, can ripple outward and shape the world we move toward. The name within the mind. There's a quiet thrill in hearing your own name. It doesn't matter where you are, in a crowd, in a dream, or whispered from another room. Your brain perks up in a way it doesn't for any other sound. Hearing your name triggers distinct patterns of brain activity, particularly in areas linked to attention and self-awareness. It's not just a word to you, it's a mirror of your identity. This special response reveals something deeper. We are wired to care about ourselves in subtle, often hidden ways. Studies show that we don't just respond to our full name, we even prefer the letters it contains. You're more likely to favor products, people, or places that share your initials. Psychologists call this the name-letter effect, and it's a quiet form of implicit egotism. It might not seem like much, favoring the letter M if your name is Maria, but across time and decisions, these small preferences accumulate. They shape choices in where we live, what we buy, and even whom we feel drawn to. It's self-love, not loud or proud, but woven quietly into the background of our decisions. Your name is one of the first things you ever learn about yourself. It's the sound that represents you in the world. So it makes sense that your brain treats it with reverence. In noisy environments, your name cuts through the chaos. In moments of emotional numbness, it can wake something up. It's the most personal word you'll ever hear. And perhaps, in some small way, it reminds us that we matter. That even in the vast swirl of thoughts, distractions, and responsibilities, there's a part of the mind always listening for that one familiar sound, your name, the sound of your own name. There's something quietly powerful about hearing your own name. It doesn't matter if it's spoken softly or shouted across a room. Your brain lights up in a unique way when it hears it. Unlike any other word, your name activates areas tied to self-awareness, memory, and attention. It's a deeply personal signal, one that says, this is about you. From early childhood, your name becomes woven into your identity. It's one of the first labels the world gives you, a sound that holds meaning before you can even speak. Over time, your brain forms a strong association with it, so much so that even in a deep sleep or noisy crowd, your name can cut through the background and grab your attention. But the connection goes even deeper. Studies have shown that people tend to prefer letters from their own names. This subtle preference, called the name-letter effect, reflects a quiet form of subconscious self-love. It's not something we do intentionally. It's a bias that reveals how we are drawn to things that resemble ourselves, even down to individual letters. This effect shows up in surprising ways. People are slightly more likely to choose cities, brands, or even partners whose names share letters with their own. It's a reflection of how deeply our identity shapes our perception. Even in ways we're not aware of, we gravitate toward familiarity. And nothing is more familiar than the name we've heard our whole lives. Hearing your name isn't just recognition, it's affirmation. It tells your mind you're real, you're seen, you exist. That's why your brain treats it differently from every other sound. It matters because you matter, and in a world full of noise, that single word still has the power to gently call you back to yourself. Love, an obsession in the brain. Falling passionately in love feels exhilarating, overwhelming, and all-consuming. And according to neuroscience, that's no accident. In the early stages of intense romantic love, your brain behaves in ways that are eerily similar to the patterns seen in obsessive-compulsive disorder. This isn't just poetic language, it's biological fact. When you fall head over heels for someone, your brain experiences a powerful chemical storm. Dopamine surges, lighting up the reward centers like fireworks. You feel energized, euphoric, and unable to think of anything or anyone else. At the same time, serotonin levels drop significantly, mimicking the same imbalance found in people suffering from OCD. That chemical shift is what causes the racing thoughts, obsessive focus, and emotional highs and lows that characterize both new love and compulsive behavior. You think about the person constantly. You replay every interaction, you check your phone, overanalyze a glance, reread a message. You're not imagining the intensity. Your brain is temporarily rewired. It's in survival mode, prioritizing attachment and reward above rational balance. The feelings are thrilling, but they're also unstable, driven by the same forces that can make obsession feel inescapable. This phase of love is so potent that some scientists describe it as a temporary state of madness, a beautiful, functional madness that bonds people quickly and powerfully. It's nature's way of jumpstarting connection. But like all chemical highs, it doesn't last forever. As love deepens, the brain gradually shifts gears. Serotonin levels stabilize, and oxytocin and vasopressin, the bonding hormones, take over, leading to calm, secure attachment. Understanding the biology behind romantic love doesn't make it any less magical. If anything, it reminds us that love is not just in the heart, it's etched into our neurons. Passionate love might begin with obsession, but with time and depth, it becomes something quieter, steadier, and just as extraordinary. Why rejection hurts like a wound. When someone breaks your heart, ignores your message, or shuts you out, it doesn't just sting emotionally, it literally hurts. Brain scans have revealed something remarkable. The pain of social rejection activates the same brain regions as physical pain. The anterior cingulate cortex, responsible for the emotional component of physical pain, lights up whether you've been burned by a flame or burned by someone's silence. This overlap explains why phrases like heartache or gut punch aren't just metaphors. They're rooted in biological reality. Being dumped, excluded, or ignored can trigger real physical sensations, tightness in the chest, nausea, headaches, and even weakened immune responses. Your brain isn't simply imagining it. It's processing emotional pain as though your body has been injured. From an evolutionary standpoint, this makes sense. Early humans relied on social bonds for survival. Being ostracized from the group wasn't just sad, it was life-threatening. So our brains developed a mechanism to treat social rejection as seriously as physical harm, ensuring we'd seek reconnection just as we would seek healing after a wound. That's also why emotional injuries can linger. A bruise fades, but a cruel word or a moment of abandonment can echo for years. Your brain stores emotional pain in ways that are deeply connected to memory and identity, sometimes more powerfully than physical trauma. But here's the hopeful part. Just as our brains are wired to feel pain, they're also wired to heal. Social connection, empathy, and even small acts of kindness can trigger the release of endorphins and oxytocin, natural painkillers that ease both body and heart. Talking to a friend, receiving a hug, or even writing your feelings down can begin to soothe the ache. Painkillers for a broken heart. It might sound strange, but research shows that a common painkiller, Tylenol or acetaminophen, can actually reduce the sting of emotional pain. Not just the kind you feel after a stubbed toe or a headache, but the ache that follows heartbreak, rejection, or social exclusion. It works because the brain doesn't clearly separate physical pain from emotional pain. In fact, it treats them almost the same. When you feel left out, betrayed, or abandoned, your brain activates the same regions involved in processing physical injury. particularly the anterior cingulate cortex. That's the very part of the brain that responds to a burn or a bruise. And because acetaminophen acts on these brain areas, it doesn't just dull a throbbing limb, it can also blunt the emotional throbbing of rejection. Studies have shown that people who took acetaminophen daily for a few weeks reported less emotional distress during socially painful experiences, like being excluded from a group or remembering a breakup. Their brain scans even showed reduced activity in the pain-related regions that usually flare up in response to emotional wounds. This doesn't mean Tylenol is a cure for heartbreak. It won't erase grief, betrayal, or loneliness, but it reveals something profound. Your mind and body are far more connected than you think. The pain of lost connection is real. It has weight. It affects your health, your sleep, your immune system, and yes, even your brain chemistry. Still, emotional healing is more than just chemistry. It's about time, understanding, and connection. While a pill might take the edge off, true relief often comes from being heard, supported, and accepted. So if you're feeling hurt, it's okay to acknowledge it, treat it gently, and give yourself what you would offer a friend: compassion, rest, and patience. Because in the end, while Tylenol may help quiet the pain, it's love and connection that help us truly heal. When love feels numb, romantic love is one of the most powerful emotions we experience, bright, intense, and consuming. But for some people, that fire can quietly dim after starting certain medications. Research shows that SSRI antidepressants, commonly used to treat depression and anxiety, can, in some cases, dull the intensity of romantic love. SSRIs work by increasing levels of serotonin in the brain, helping to ease anxiety and lift low moods. For many, they're life-changing, offering relief from despair and emotional turmoil. But serotonin isn't just tied to mood. It also plays a key role in regulating desire, passion, and emotional bonding. By boosting serotonin, these medications can unintentionally reduce the brain's sensitivity to romantic cues. The result: a kind of emotional numbness, less excitement, less longing, and sometimes a quiet distance where once there was intensity. For those newly in love, this shift can be disorienting. What once felt electric may now feel muted. People describe feeling less emotionally responsive to their partner, less interested in intimacy, or simply flat where there used to be spark. It's not that the feelings disappear entirely, they just lose their vividness. The butterflies are replaced by a calm stillness, and for some, that can be confusing or even painful. This effect doesn't happen to everyone. Some feel no change in their capacity to love. Others even find their relationships improve as their anxiety fades and their mind clears. But for those who do feel a dampening of connection, it's important to know that you're not imagining it, and you're not alone. Love is a complex interplay of neurotransmitters: dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and more. Adjusting one chemical to heal a wound can sometimes shift the balance in unexpected ways. But there are always options. Doctors can adjust dosages, switch medications, or explore therapies that help manage symptoms without flattening emotion. The key is honesty with yourself and with those you love. If something feels different, speak it gently. Explore it without judgment. Because love, even when quieted, can be nurtured back. It may take patience, understanding, and support, but that warmth can return. The brain adapts, the heart remembers. And connection, even when dulled, still waits beneath the surface. The hidden sadness behind the smile. They're the ones who make us laugh, who light up a room, who turn even awkward silences into punchlines. But behind the quick wit and clever jokes, many comedians and class clowns carry something heavier. Studies show that people known for their humor, especially those who make others laugh for a living, are more likely to struggle with depression than the average person. This paradox is striking. Those who bring joy to others often wrestle with pain within themselves. It's not just a stereotype. Psychological research has consistently found a link between humor, particularly self-deprecating or dark humor, and emotional suffering. The laughter we hear may not be a reflection of happiness, but a carefully crafted mask, a way of coping, or even a cry for connection. Humor can be a powerful defense mechanism. It allows people to reframe pain, to make something heavy feel lighter, even if only for a moment. For some, being funny becomes a shield, a tool to keep others at a comfortable distance. or a way to gain approval without exposing vulnerability. It's a performance that says, "I'm fine," even when the inside tells a different story. In many cases, those who joke the most are also the ones who've thought deeply about life's darker corners. Their humor is sharp because their insight runs deep. Laughter becomes a way of making sense of suffering, of transforming personal hardship into shared relief. But that transformation often comes at a cost. The pressure to be funny, to be on, to deflect seriousness, can sometimes prevent true emotional expression. Yet there's also resilience in that laughter. The same mind that feels pain deeply may also feel joy deeply. The same sensitivity that brings sadness can also inspire empathy, creativity, and connection. Funny people aren't broken, they're complex. And humor is often their way of surviving. So the next time someone makes you laugh, remember, there may be more behind their smile than you realize. A quiet story, a hidden ache, a battle fought silently. And in that laughter, there's not just comedy, but courage. The fine line between brilliance and struggle. Creativity is often romanticized as a gift, an untamed fire of imagination, vision, and originality. But behind the beauty of a well-crafted story, a haunting painting, or a stirring melody, there can lie a deeper, quieter battle. Studies have found a curious link between creativity and mental illness, particularly among writers who are nearly twice as likely to experience bipolar disorder compared to those in less creative professions. This doesn't mean all creative people are mentally ill, nor that mental illness is necessary for creativity, but the correlation is compelling. The very traits that fuel creative thinking, emotional depth, unusual associations, sensitivity, and the ability to think outside the box can also open the door to mood instability. Bipolar disorder, for instance, is characterized by dramatic mood swings between emotional highs and crushing lows. During manic or hypomanic states, people often report a rush of ideas, boundless energy, and a sense of clarity, conditions that can lead to bursts of intense creative output. Writers, in particular, may be more vulnerable. Writing demands deep introspection and emotional honesty. It requires dwelling in the mind's quiet places, confronting memories, fears, and desires. This level of inner excavation can stir the same currents that fuel emotional turbulence. Add the isolation that often comes with the craft, and it's easy to see how creative brilliance and psychological struggle might intertwine. But the link isn't all darkness. Many creatives learn to use their emotional intensity as a tool, channeling their feelings into art, turning inner chaos into something meaningful and beautiful. Their pain becomes paint. Their confusion becomes melody. Their grief becomes story. And in doing so, they create work that speaks to the hearts of others, connecting people across time and space. Still, it's important not to glamorize suffering. Mental illness is not the price of art, and help is not the enemy of creativity. Many writers, musicians, and artists continue to create their best work after receiving support, therapy, or medication. Stability doesn't dull the imagination, it often frees it. The boldness of the night owl. While the world often praises early risers for their discipline and productivity, there's something quietly daring about the night owl. These are the people who come alive after dark, whose minds buzz with ideas long after others have gone to sleep. And according to research, night owls tend to be bigger risk takers than early birds, more impulsive, more prone to sensation seeking, and often drawn to experiences that are bold, unpredictable, or unconventional. This isn't just anecdotal. Studies in psychology have found that people with a naturally late sleep-wake cycle are more likely to engage in riskier behaviors, from financial gambles to creative leaps. They score higher on tests of impulsivity and novelty seeking, traits often linked to entrepreneurship, artistic exploration, and even rule breaking. While early birds may stick to plans and follow the rules, night owls are more likely to test boundaries, take chances, and chase excitement. Part of this may be biological. The human circadian rhythm, or internal clock, affects not just sleep, but also mood, decision-making, and cognitive control. Night owls often experience sharper mental clarity and emotional intensity late in the day, when others are winding down. In those quiet, unsupervised hours, ideas roam freely, and inhibitions tend to loosen. This can lead to greater creativity, but also more impulsivity. But being a night owl doesn't mean being reckless. Many channel their risk-taking into innovation, starting unconventional businesses, creating boundary-pushing art, or diving into adventures that others might avoid. Their comfort with uncertainty allows them to step into the unknown, to experiment with possibilities, and to thrive in non-traditional environments. Still, it comes with trade-offs. Late-night lifestyles can conflict with society's early bird schedule, leading to sleep deprivation, stress, and misalignment with rigid systems. But even within that tension, night owls often find their own rhythm, one that dances to a slightly different beat. In the deep hours of the night, when the world is quiet and expectations fade, there's room for something rare, unfiltered thought, spontaneous action, and fearless imagination. And for the night owl, that's where the boldness begins, the silent struggle behind the mask. When we picture depression, we often imagine someone withdrawn, tearful, or visibly sad. But for many men, it doesn't look that way. Male depression often hides behind anger, irritability, or overwork, behaviors that don't match the stereotypical signs of emotional distress. Instead of expressing vulnerability, men may mask their pain through silence, distraction, or self-destructive habits, making their suffering harder to recognize and easier to overlook. Cultural expectations play a powerful role. From an early age, many boys are taught to be tough, to push through pain, to never show weakness. As a result, when sadness or anxiety arises, it's often rerouted, transformed into frustration, aggression, or a need to stay constantly busy. A man might bury himself in work, drink to escape his thoughts, lash out over minor irritations, or become emotionally distant from those he loves, not because he doesn't care, but because he's overwhelmed and unsure how to cope. This hidden face of depression makes it easy to miss. Friends and family might see stress or bad temper, not a deeper emotional wound. Even the men themselves may not recognize what's happening. They may feel off, disconnected, or exhausted, but lack the language or space to say, "I'm not okay." Instead, they power through, hoping it will pass. But it doesn't, at least not without support. And this silence has a cost. Men are less likely to seek help for mental health struggles, and more likely to die by suicide, not because their pain is greater, but because it's so often hidden, denied, or dismissed. The outward signs may not look like depression, but the internal weight is just as heavy. Yet healing is possible when we allow men the same emotional freedom we grant others. When we stop equating masculinity with silence. When we let frustration and fatigue be a signal, not a flaw. Talking about mental health isn't weakness, it's strength. And asking for help doesn't shrink a man, it lets him breathe. Behind the mask of anger, overworking, or numbing, there is often a quieter truth waiting to be seen. And when it is, that's when real healing begins. The truth behind the swear words. Swearing has long been seen as rude, crude, or a sign of a lack of self-control. But research paints a more surprising picture. People who curse frequently are often more honest, emotionally expressive, and genuine in their communication. Far from being a sign of moral failing, frequent swearing is now understood to be linked with higher levels of integrity and authenticity. Why is this the case? One reason is that swearing bypasses filters. It's raw and immediate. When someone curses in frustration or passion, it's usually a direct window into how they really feel. There's no script, no sugarcoating. That emotional transparency, however messy, can signal that a person is being real with you, not performing politeness. In studies, individuals who used more profanity scored higher on measures of honesty. They were less likely to lie in self-report tests, and more likely to express their true thoughts even when it wasn't socially convenient. Cursing, in this light, isn't about being offensive. It's about being emotionally congruent, speaking from the gut rather than a polished front. There's also something socially disarming about it. When someone uses swear words in conversation, they often lower the barrier between themselves and others. It invites realness, dissolves stiffness, and breaks down the walls of formal language. This is especially true in close relationships where shared language, including the occasional well-placed curse, can build trust and intimacy. That's not to say swearing is always appropriate or constructive. The context matters. Words have power, and how, where, and why we use them changes everything. But when cursing comes from a place of honesty, not harm, it can be a tool for connection rather than division. The dark psychology of internet trolls. They hide behind usernames, masked by anonymity, posting comments designed to provoke, insult, or stir chaos. To many, internet trolls are just nuisances, online bullies who thrive on conflict. But psychology reveals something more unsettling beneath the surface. Studies consistently show that trolls score significantly higher on the dark tetrad of personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, psychopathy, and sadism. In simpler terms, the most aggressive and malicious online commenters often have a disturbingly dark psychological profile. These aren't just people having a bad day. Narcissism fuels their need for attention and superiority. Machiavellianism gives them a cold, manipulative edge, strategically crafting comments to control or unsettle others. Psychopathy dulls empathy, allowing them to cause harm without remorse. And sadism, that's the desire to cause suffering simply for enjoyment. For trolls, upsetting someone isn't just a side effect, it's the goal. In one notable study, researchers found that individuals who enjoyed trolling scored high on measures of sadistic behavior. They didn't just happen to be online troublemakers, they actively derived pleasure from inflicting discomfort. The more someone reported enjoying trolling, the stronger these dark traits appeared. Why does the internet amplify this behavior? Anonymity plays a major role. When identity is hidden, consequences feel distant. Empathy fades when you can't see the face of the person you're hurting. Add in a global audience and the potential for viral attention, and trolling becomes a tempting outlet for those already inclined toward manipulation and cruelty. But not everyone who posts harsh comments is a clinical sadist. The spectrum is broad. Some are venting, some are imitating others, and some don't realize the impact of their words. Still, the most persistent, targeted, and destructive trolls, those who go out of their way to provoke pain, tend to fit a darker psychological mold. Understanding this doesn't excuse the behavior, but it does explain it. The cruelty of trolls isn't random. It often reflects something deeper and more troubling. And the best way to protect yourself isn't to fight back, but to recognize what you're dealing with and disengage. Trolls feed on reaction. Starve them of attention, and their power fades. Fear in the blood. Phobias often seem mysterious. Why someone feels an intense, irrational fear of something they've never had a bad experience with. But science is beginning to uncover a chilling possibility. Some fears might not be learned in our lifetime, but inherited through our DNA. This means trauma doesn't just shape a person, it can echo through generations, leaving emotional fingerprints on their descendants. In a groundbreaking experiment, researchers exposed mice to a specific smell, something harmless, like cherry blossom, and paired it with mild electric shock. Over time, the mice learned to fear the scent. But here's where it gets fascinating. Their offspring, who were never shocked or exposed to danger, were born with a heightened sensitivity and fear toward that same smell. The fear response was passed on, not through experience or imitation, but biologically. Further analysis revealed actual changes in the sperm of the original mice, alterations that seemed to encode this fearful association. It was as if the memory of the trauma had etched itself into their reproductive cells, whispering a warning to the next generation: beware this scent. Danger lies here. This phenomenon is known as epigenetic inheritance, and it challenges the old idea that DNA is a fixed, unchangeable script. Instead, it suggests our environment and experiences can influence how our genes express themselves and how they prepare the next generation. Trauma, fear, and stress don't just scar the mind, they may quietly reshape biology. Humans aren't mice, of course, but early evidence suggests similar patterns. Children and grandchildren of trauma survivors, like those who lived through war, famine, or slavery, sometimes show elevated stress responses or anxiety, even without direct exposure. These inherited echoes might help explain certain phobias or sensitivities that appear without clear cause. This doesn't mean we're prisoners of our ancestors' pain. The body is adaptable, and awareness opens the door to healing. But it does mean that fear can travel across time in ways we never imagined, whispering from the past through the code of our cells. Your fear might not always be yours alone. It may be the echo of someone long before you trying to keep you safe, born to judge right from wrong. Long before they can speak, walk, or understand language, babies are already making judgments, not about toys or tastes, but about morality. In a series of revealing experiments, Researchers found that even 6-month-old infants show a clear preference for helpful characters over unhelpful ones. It's a quiet but powerful hint that our sense of justice may not be entirely learned. It may be something we're born with. In one famous study, babies watched a simple puppet show. A character, usually represented by a shape like a circle or a square, would try to climb a hill. In some versions, another character helped push them up. In others, a different character blocked their path. After watching, babies were given the chance to choose between the helper and the hinderer. And even at just half a year old, most babies consistently reached for the helper. They couldn't explain why. They couldn't even talk. But their actions suggested a subtle awareness of good and bad intentions, an early moral compass starting to spin. This innate response wasn't taught. It wasn't shaped by culture, religion, or parental guidance. It seemed to arise from something deeper, something written into the wiring of the mind itself. This early sensitivity to kindness and cruelty opens up fascinating questions. Are we born with a seed of morality that grows with time? Does the brain come preloaded with basic social instincts, tools for recognizing cooperation, fairness, and justice, even before we can understand their complexity? As babies grow, their moral intuition continues to develop. Around their first year, they begin to recognize unfairness, showing discomfort when someone gets more than their share. By age 2, they start sharing without being told. And by 3 or 4, many children will actively protest unfairness or defend someone being treated badly. Of course, environment still plays a huge role. Experience, culture, and teaching refine these instincts. But the core idea remains: we may not start as blank slates. We may come into the world already tuned to the subtle rhythms of right and wrong. This research doesn't just change how we see babies. It reshapes how we see ourselves. Morality might not be a lesson we learn. It could be a memory we're born with, a quiet voice within us, emerging long before we speak, reminding us what kind of world we want to live in. The power of one marshmallow. It was a simple test with a sweet temptation. A child, a table, and a single marshmallow. They were told they could eat it now, or wait a little while and get 2 instead. What the child chose to do in that quiet moment became one of the most iconic studies in psychology, now known as the marshmallow test. But its true power lies not in the marshmallow, it's in what it revealed about self-control, patience, and the long shadow of our choices. Researchers at Stanford University conducted this experiment in the late 1960s, placing 4-year-olds in a room with the treat and watching what happened. Some children gave in quickly. Others squirmed, sang, covered their eyes, or looked away, desperately inventing tricks to resist temptation. A few made it through the entire waiting period and were rewarded with a second marshmallow. But the real surprise came years later. When the children were followed into adolescence and adulthood, researchers noticed a striking pattern. Those who waited for the second marshmallow, those who showed early signs of delayed gratification, went on to have higher SAT scores, better academic performance, healthier habits, and stronger relationships. Their ability to pause, resist, and plan seemed to echo into nearly every corner of their lives. This study tapped into something deeply human. Impulse control, the ability to wait, to think ahead, to sacrifice short-term pleasure for long-term gain, is a key predictor of success. It affects how we manage money, how we respond to stress, how we build careers, and how we connect with others. While intelligence and talent matter, the marshmallow test reminded us of the quiet strength of self-discipline. Importantly, later studies showed that environment plays a role too. Children who trusted that adults would keep their promises were more likely to wait. So the ability to delay gratification isn't just about willpower. It's also shaped by life experience, stability, and trust. Still, the core insight remains. Those who learn to pause and plan often walk a steadier, more successful path. The marshmallow test doesn't predict destiny, but it does offer a window into the kind of thinking that builds resilience. Waiting isn't always easy, but often what lies on the other side of waiting is worth far more. Sometimes, one marshmallow now feels irresistible, but learning to wait for 2 can change everything. The blind spot in schizophrenia. There's a quiet mystery in the world of mental health, one so strange that it has puzzled scientists for decades. Among all the known cases of schizophrenia, there's one striking absence. No one born completely blind has ever been diagnosed with it. Not one. While schizophrenia affects roughly 1 in 100 people across the globe, this group, those blind from birth, seems to be entirely untouched by the disorder, and no one fully understands why. Schizophrenia is a complex and often devastating condition. It can cause hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thinking, and a fractured sense of reality. Most people who develop it begin showing symptoms in late adolescence or early adulthood, and it affects people across every culture, background, and region. But when scientists reviewed medical records, hospital data, and psychiatric studies around the world, they couldn't find a single person with congenital blindness who developed schizophrenia. At first, this might seem like coincidence, but over time, as data grew, the pattern held. Something about being born blind appears to protect the brain from the mechanisms that lead to schizophrenia. That's not the case for other forms of blindness. Those who lose their vision later in life can still develop schizophrenia. It's only the absence of vision from birth that seems to make a difference. Researchers have offered theories, but none fully explain the phenomenon. One possibility is that the brains of people born blind develop in fundamentally different ways. Their other senses become heightened, their spatial awareness shifts, and their mental models of the world are built through sound, touch, and intuition instead of sight. These differences in brain wiring might fortify areas that are vulnerable in schizophrenia, especially those tied to perception, sensory processing, and integration of reality. Another idea involves how blind individuals process inner experience. Schizophrenia is often tied to difficulty distinguishing between internal thoughts and external voices. People born blind rely heavily on internal cues and mental structure for understanding the world, which may help sharpen the distinction between thought and perception, acting as a natural guardrail against hallucinatory confusion. Still, the mystery remains. Why should something as simple as the absence of sight from birth grant this kind of protection? Is it about the rewiring of the brain or something deeper in how reality is constructed without vision? No single answer has been proven, and the silence continues to echo in medical records around the world. This curious exception doesn't diminish the struggles that blind individuals face, but it does shine a light on something profound. Understanding the brain means asking not just what goes wrong, but also what somehow goes right. In the shadow of this mystery, scientists hope to uncover new clues, not just about schizophrenia, but about how perception, sense, and self are formed. The absence of schizophrenia in the blind isn't just a footnote. It's a doorway, a rare and unexplained gap in a sea of data, reminding us how much we still don't know about the mind and how vision shapes the reality we call our own, the hidden trade-off of darkness. While being born blind seems to mysteriously shield the brain from schizophrenia, there's another side to the story, one that adds complexity to our understanding of sensory development and the human mind. Research shows that individuals who are blind from birth actually experience significantly higher rates of autism compared to the general population. It's a curious contrast that suggests the brain, in the absence of visual input, may rewire itself in ways that offer protection in some areas, while increasing vulnerability in others. Autism, or autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is characterized by differences in social communication, sensory processing, and repetitive behaviors. It's a condition rooted in how the brain processes information, and it often begins early in childhood. Among those born with full vision, autism affects roughly 1 in 36 children, but in people born blind, studies have shown rates of autism as high as 30%, especially in those with additional eye or neurological conditions. That's not just a slight increase, it's a profound one. This isn't about blindness causing autism directly. Rather, the absence of vision during key stages of brain development seems to shift how the brain organizes itself. Sight is our dominant sense. It helps us understand social cues, recognize emotions, mimic behavior, and form relationships. Without it, the brain has to rely heavily on sound, touch, and internal cues to interpret the world. These adaptations can be remarkable, but they may also create gaps in the development of social cognition and communication, which are central to autism. Interestingly, many blind individuals on the autism spectrum may be underdiagnosed or misunderstood. Without visual references, their social behavior naturally differs from sighted peers, which can make it harder to distinguish between the effects of blindness and signs of autism. But in more detailed assessments, the patterns emerge clearly. Difficulties with flexibility, interaction, and sensory overload are often more pronounced than expected from blindness alone. This duality raises important questions. How does the loss of a sense reshape the architecture of the mind? Why would blindness guard against schizophrenia but open a door to autism? Scientists are still exploring the answers. But one idea is that when the brain is deprived of visual input, it allocates resources differently, perhaps overdeveloping some regions while underdeveloping others related to theory of mind and social mapping. The higher autism rates among the blind don't imply deficiency or disorder in a negative sense. Instead, they point to the incredible plasticity and unpredictability of the developing brain. Take away one foundational tool, and the brain will find other ways to build a world. Sometimes those new pathways lead to strengths. Other times they bring challenges. Often, it's both. So while the absence of vision may offer protection from one psychiatric condition, it can reshape the mind's development in ways that heighten other sensitivities. The brain is not a static machine. It is a living, adapting system. And this trade-off reminds us that human development is never simple. It is a story of give and take, shadow and light. Trapped in the spotlight. The Truman Show delusion. There's a strange and rare psychological phenomenon that blurs the line between imagination and paranoia, where reality itself feels staged. Known as the Truman Show delusion, this condition causes a person to believe they are the star of an elaborate, hidden reality TV show. Their family, friends, and even strangers are thought to be actors. Their entire world feels scripted. The weather, coincidences, small talk, every moment seems like part of a grand production, filmed and broadcast for an unseen audience. The delusion gets its name from the 1998 film, The Truman Show, where the protagonist slowly discovers that his entire life has been a carefully constructed illusion, broadcast live to the world without his knowledge. But what began as fiction has taken on a strange truth for some. After the film's release, psychiatrists began seeing real patients, convinced they were living in that very scenario. They believed cameras were watching them, their lives were choreographed, and everyone around them was in on it. What makes this delusion especially eerie is how it taps into the hyper-connected, surveillance-aware world we live in. Social media, hidden cameras, reality television, and the constant flow of digital information blur the boundaries between private and public. For someone already vulnerable to psychosis, it becomes easy to misinterpret ordinary events as clues in a secret show. A song on the radio might feel like it's sending a message. A stranger's glance might seem like part of the script. A coincidence becomes confirmation. People with the Truman Show delusion often report a haunting sense of detachment, like they're being manipulated or observed. They might try to escape, test reality, or confront the producers they believe are behind it all. In severe cases, they can feel deeply isolated and terrified, trapped in a world where authenticity has been replaced by performance. They may question everything. Is this conversation real? Is this emotion genuine? Or is it all for show? Psychiatrists consider this delusion a subtype of persecutory or grandiose delusions, often associated with schizophrenia, delusional disorder, or bipolar mania. But unlike classic paranoia, which imagines enemies or threats, this delusion creates a fantasy of global attention, where the person is at the center of everything. It's not fear of harm, it's fear of artificiality, fear of a world without truth. Interestingly, it also reveals something deeper about human psychology. We all want to feel seen. We all want to feel significant. The Truman Show delusion exaggerates that yearning until it distorts reality. The idea that your life matters so much that the entire world is watching you can, paradoxically, become both comforting and disturbing. Treatment typically involves antipsychotic medication, cognitive behavioral therapy, and rebuilding trust in a shared reality. But recovery takes time, because for someone in the grip of this delusion, even help can feel like part of the act. It's a reminder that in an age obsessed with being watched, liked, and followed, the line between truth and illusion can sometimes flicker, and for a few, it vanishes entirely. The Truman Show delusion may be rare, but its roots are tangled in something deeply modern, and it leaves us wondering, how real does our world feel when everything seems like a performance? The walking illusion, inside Cotard syndrome. There exists a rare and haunting psychological condition so surreal that it feels like something out of Gothic fiction. It's called Cotard syndrome, also known as walking corpse syndrome. Those who suffer from it genuinely believe they are dead, missing vital organs, or that their body is decaying from the inside out. In the grip of this delusion, reality becomes warped, identity fades, emotion vanishes, and even the certainty of existence seems to disintegrate. Imagine waking up one day and being utterly convinced that you have no blood, or that your heart has stopped, that your body is nothing more than an empty shell. This isn't metaphorical despair, it's literal belief. People with Cotard syndrome often refuse to eat, believing they don't need nourishment because they're already dead. Some may stop bathing, stop speaking, or isolate themselves, convinced they don't belong among the living. In severe cases, they may even ask to be taken to the morgue. The condition was first described in 1880 by French neurologist Jules Cotard, who treated a woman who claimed she had no brain, no nerves, no chest, no stomach, no intestines, and insisted that she was eternally damned. What makes Cotard so eerie is that it sits at the crossroads of psychosis and existential collapse. The brain loses its grasp on the most basic truth, that the self exists. Neuroscientists and psychiatrists believe Cotards may arise from a disruption between emotional and cognitive brain regions. For example, a person may recognize their reflection or their surroundings, but feel no emotional connection to them. This mismatch creates a sense of eerie detachment, like life is happening behind a glass wall. That numbness can spiral into delusion. If nothing feels real, the mind may conclude, perhaps I'm not real either. Often, Cotard's appears alongside severe depression, schizophrenia, or neurological damage, such as traumatic brain injury or brain infections. It's more common in older adults, especially those with major depressive episodes, though cases have been reported in younger people too. In rare instances, it can emerge suddenly after an accident or seizure. There's a chilling paradox at the heart of this syndrome. Even as someone insists they are dead, they are still capable of speaking, thinking, and expressing their belief. The very act of denying one's existence reveals a consciousness trying to make sense of something deeply broken. It's like the brain is trying to explain a black hole inside itself. Treatment is challenging, but not impossible. It often involves a combination of antipsychotic and antidepressant medications, and in some severe cases, electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, has shown significant improvement. As the delusion recedes, some patients are shocked to realize what they believed. Others remember the episode dimly, like waking from a nightmare. Cotard syndrome is a window into how fragile our sense of self can be. It reminds us that our perception of reality, identity, and life itself is not as unshakable as we assume. Strip away the emotional connection to the world, and the mind starts reaching for impossible answers. It invents death to explain the emptiness. The human who thought they were a cow. Boanthropy. Among the strangest and most fascinating psychological conditions known to science is boanthropy, a rare delusional disorder in which a person believes they are a cow, an ox, or some other form of bovine. This isn't just metaphor or fantasy. People with boanthropy may crawl on all fours, moo, and even attempt to graze on grass. The line between human identity and animal instinct dissolves, leaving the person inhabiting a strange twilight of consciousness, neither fully human nor fully beast. The condition has been known for centuries. In fact, one of the earliest and most well-known cases comes from the Bible, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, who was said to have been driven from society and lived like an animal, eating grass like an ox. Whether myth or truth, the story eerily matches modern-day clinical descriptions of boanthropy. In today's psychiatric records, cases of boanthropy are vanishingly rare, but they exist, people so lost in the delusion that they live as livestock, rejecting their humanity entirely. Boanthropy is often classified as a type of psychosis or delusional disorder, sometimes linked with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or severe depression. In some cases, it's triggered by trauma, hallucinations, or even hypnosis. What makes it so unusual is that it doesn't just distort a person's thinking, it warps their entire self-perception. They don't just think they're a cow, they feel it in their bones. A person might begin the transformation slowly, speaking of dreams in which they're a cow or feeling drawn to open fields. Over time, these thoughts may become more persistent and immersive. Some start imitating the behavior of cattle, even developing preferences for raw grass or spending time on the ground. To an outsider, it may seem absurd, even humorous, but to the individual, it's their new reality, and it's often marked by deep distress and confusion. Neurologically, boanthropy likely involves a complex disruption of identity and body image processing in the brain. The same systems that allow us to recognize ourselves as human, our thoughts, our body posture, our sense of social place, are hijacked. It's similar to other delusional misidentification syndromes, where the brain misinterprets its own self-perception, leading to bizarre conclusions. In this case, the result is a total identification with another species. There's also a cultural layer. In certain belief systems or historical periods, transformation into animals was viewed not as madness, but as divine punishment or spiritual evolution. Shamans, mystics, and ascetics have long experimented with identity dissolution, often imitating animals as a form of transcendence. Boanthropy may, in some cases, reflect ancient patterns of symbolic thinking, where losing oneself is seen as a path to something deeper. Treating boanthropy is difficult, not only because of its rarity, but because it sits at a crossroads between psychosis, symbolism, and identity. Therapy often focuses on grounding the person back in reality, using medication to reduce delusions and psychotherapy to rebuild the fractured sense of self. Recovery can be slow. For some, the belief fades like a dream. For others, the sense of animal identity lingers for years. Boanthropy is a powerful reminder of just how fluid and fragile our sense of I can be. It shows that beneath the surface of daily life, the mind is capable of rewriting reality in the most astonishing ways. When the boundary between man and animal dissolves, we're left with an eerie, unforgettable question: how stable is our identity, really, and what strange shapes might it take if the mind decides to let go? Afraid of fear itself? The strange world of phobophobia. Imagine being afraid not of spiders or heights or enclosed spaces, but of fear itself. This is phobophobia, the fear of developing a phobia, or more broadly, the fear of fear. It sounds like a psychological tongue twister, but for those who experience it, phobophobia is a deeply distressing and self-perpetuating loop where the anticipation of fear becomes the source of fear itself. Phobophobia doesn't require an external trigger. You might not be facing any threat, standing on any ledge, or seeing any snake. Instead, the fear rises from within, a gnawing dread that you might suddenly panic, lose control, or fall into some irrational terror. It's the fear of the feeling of fear, a mental hall of mirrors that traps you in your own emotional anticipation. And that's what makes it so unique among anxiety disorders. It doesn't rely on external danger. It feeds purely on inner reaction. This condition often appears in people who already suffer from anxiety disorders, panic attacks, or specific phobias. Over time, the brain begins to associate fear itself as a threat. It's like a false alarm system that gets triggered by its own presence. Just the thought of becoming anxious can make you anxious. Worry about worry, fear about fear. It's a recursive spiral that can feel impossible to escape. Physiologically, the symptoms of phobophobia can be identical to those of panic: racing heart, rapid breathing, sweating, nausea, dizziness. What's ironic is that, even though nothing real is causing the reaction, the physical experience is very real. The body doesn't need a tiger or a dark alley to go into fight or flight. It just needs the idea that fear might come. And so, the cycle deepens. The fear of a panic attack becomes the very thing that causes one. Psychologists describe phobophobia as a meta-anxiety, an anxiety about anxiety, and like many mental traps, it's often maintained by avoidance. People may avoid situations where they think they could become afraid. They avoid thinking about fear. They avoid talking about fear. But the more they try not to feel it, the more it lurks just beneath the surface. Suppressed fear doesn't disappear, it waits. Treatment often involves cognitive behavioral therapy, especially exposure-based techniques that gradually help individuals face the sensations of fear without running from them. Paradoxically, learning to sit with fear, to let it rise and fall without judgment, is often the path out. Meditation and mindfulness also help by shifting focus away from spiraling thoughts and onto present sensations. And for some, medication may be used to manage the underlying anxiety. Phobophobia might sound like an absurd riddle, like being scared of being scared, but it reveals something fundamental about the human brain. Fear is one of our oldest, most primal tools for survival. But when it turns inward, when it loses its anchor in the external world, it can become a ghost that haunts the mind with its own shadow. To fear fear is to live in anticipation of a storm that may never come. But there is a strange power in seeing that clearly, in realizing that the fear is not about the world, but about the possibility of fear itself. We begin to loosen its grip. Because once we stop running from fear, it loses its need to chase us. And in that space, courage quietly begins to return. The phantom in your pocket. You feel it. A subtle buzz against your leg. A vibration in your pocket. A gentle nudge from your phone. But when you check, nothing's there. No call, no text, no notification. Just silence. This strange and surprisingly common phenomenon is known as phantom vibration syndrome, and it affects nearly 68% of people in today's hyper-connected world. It's not a malfunction of your phone, it's a trick of your brain. Phantom vibrations are a psychological illusion born from habit, expectation, and constant connectivity. Your brain becomes so accustomed to checking your device, so trained to anticipate incoming messages, that it starts to fabricate sensations based on expectation rather than reality. It's as if your mind is tapping your shoulder, whispering, "Something's waiting for you," but it isn't. At its core, phantom vibration syndrome is a result of neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to rewire itself based on repeated behavior. The more frequently we experience real vibrations, the more likely our brain is to mistake other sensory input, like shifting clothes, muscle twitches, or random pressure, for a phone buzz. It's a form of misinterpreted stimulus driven by modern conditioning. And because our phones have become emotional lifelines, connecting us to work, love, validation, and even identity, our brain pays special attention to the possibility of an alert. Some researchers compare this to a type of modern-day Pavlovian response. We've been trained, over and over again, to react quickly to our devices. In fact, phone notifications can trigger the release of dopamine, the brain's reward chemical. So it's no surprise the brain becomes so eager that it jumps the gun, manufacturing phantom signals just to keep you alert and ready. Interestingly, this syndrome isn't limited to vibrations. Some people report phantom rings, phantom text tones, or even the sensation of screen lights flashing out of the corner of their eye. The brain is scanning constantly, sometimes even during sleep, for digital cues. It's as though a part of us has been outsourced to our devices, and now we're haunted by them. While not typically harmful, persistent phantom sensations can be a sign of underlying anxiety, stress, or tech overuse. In people with high digital dependence, especially those who are always on edge waiting for communication, phantom vibrations can occur dozens of times a day. It's a reminder that our minds and bodies are deeply entwined with our technology, perhaps more than we realize. One way to reduce phantom sensations is to take conscious breaks from your phone, turning off vibration alerts, wearing your phone in a different location, or even leaving it out of sight for periods during the day can help retrain your brain. Practicing mindfulness also strengthens your ability to differentiate real sensations from imagined ones, breaking the automatic loop. In a world where attention is constantly fractured and notification fatigue is real, phantom vibration syndrome is more than a quirk. It's a signal, a subtle wake-up call that your mind may be craving peace from the constant pull of connectivity. The ghosts in your pocket aren't real, but they're telling you something worth listening to. The call of the void. You're standing on a balcony, a cliff, or a rooftop, looking down. Everything is fine. You're not sad. You're not reckless. You have no intention of jumping. And yet, out of nowhere, a strange thought flashes through your mind. What if I jumped? It's brief, unsettling, and completely uninvited. This eerie, almost magnetic pull has a name, the high place phenomenon, or as the French poetically call it, l'appel du vide, the call of the void. Despite how disturbing it feels, this phenomenon is surprisingly common. Studies show that many people, especially those with no suicidal thoughts, report experiencing this fleeting impulse. Importantly, it's not a desire to die. It's a cognitive quirk, a misfire between the brain's threat detection system and its protective instinct. In fact, some psychologists believe this sensation may be a sign of a healthy survival mechanism, paradoxically reminding you how precious life is. Here's how it might work. When you're in a high place, your brain rapidly calculates the danger. In milliseconds, it says, "That's high. You could fall. Don't get too close." But for some people, this automatic alarm gets interpreted as a thought, a whisper, "What if you jumped?" It's not a suggestion, it's a warning misread as an urge. Your mind tries to explain the sudden jolt of fear by creating a narrative, even if it doesn't make emotional sense. This momentary confusion between instinct and interpretation is where the high place phenomenon lies. It's a reminder of how complex, layered, and sometimes misleading our inner dialogue can be. Just because you think something doesn't mean you want it, believe it, or intend to act on it. In fact, many people experience similar intrusive thoughts about other strange behaviors. Swerving into traffic, shouting in a quiet room, or dropping a baby. These are not reflections of desire, but random sparks from the brain's vast network of imagination, fear, and impulse control. The brain explores possibilities constantly, and sometimes those possibilities are bizarre. If you've experienced the high place phenomenon, you're not alone, and you're not broken. The thought itself doesn't mean you're suicidal or reckless. If anything, it often appears in people who are mentally healthy, and it disappears just as quickly as it comes. The key is in recognizing it as a passing, involuntary glitch in perception, not a reflection of your true will. But if such thoughts come frequently, cause distress, or are accompanied by feelings of depression, it's always wise to talk to someone. Our minds are powerful, beautiful, and strange, but we don't have to navigate them alone. The silent rooms of hikikomori. Imagine a life lived entirely within a single room. Curtains drawn, lights dimmed, days blending into nights with no interaction, no work, no school, no stepping outside. Meals left quietly at the door. No conversations. No eye contact, just silence. This isn't the setting of a dystopian novel. It's the lived reality for hundreds of thousands of individuals, particularly in Japan, experiencing a condition known as hikikomori. Hikikomori, which translates roughly to pulling inward or being confined, is a form of extreme social withdrawal. It affects people, mostly young men, who retreat from society for 6 months or more, often stretching into years. In some cases, they don't leave their homes. In others, they remain confined to a single room. They avoid school, work, and even family members. They may spend their days watching television, reading, or browsing the internet, but rarely speak or engage with others face to face. While the condition was first studied in Japan, where it's estimated that over 500,000 individuals live this way, hikikomori is not uniquely Japanese. Similar patterns have been observed in South Korea, Italy, the US, and other countries. But in Japan, where social pressure to conform is high, academic and professional expectations are intense, and failure is deeply stigmatized, hikikomori has taken root as a cultural crisis. The causes are complex. For many, an early experience of failure, academic pressure, workplace humiliation, bullying, or social anxiety can act as a trigger. What begins as avoidance becomes a habit. Days of isolation turn into months, and eventually the world outside feels foreign, frightening, and unreachable. The room becomes a safe cocoon, even as it slowly drains a person's confidence, identity, and connection to life. Hikikomori is often linked to mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, and agoraphobia, but it's not always a clear-cut clinical diagnosis. For some, it's a quiet rebellion against a rigid society. For others, it's a slow collapse beneath the weight of expectations they cannot carry. And for many, it is a deep yearning for safety in a world that feels overwhelmingly loud and demanding. Families of hikikomori often struggle with shame and confusion. In Japanese culture, family honor and public perception matter greatly, so the condition is sometimes hidden. Meals are quietly delivered. Medical help is avoided. Years pass. Some families live alongside their withdrawn loved ones, barely speaking, simply hoping for change. In recent years, support networks have grown. Outreach programs, therapy services, and rental sisters or rental brothers Trained counselors who visit hikikomori individuals gently and consistently have made progress. Some recluses do emerge, re-entering society slowly, rebuilding their ability to trust and connect. But it takes time, and patience, and compassion. Hikikomori is not laziness. It is not selfishness. It is a wound, deeply internal and deeply human. A quiet signal that something in the world outside has become too much to bear. And in that silence, we find a question. What does a society owe to those who feel they cannot live in it? Perhaps the most powerful thing we can offer is understanding. The knowledge that behind the closed doors and drawn curtains, there is someone longing for connection, for dignity, for a way back into the light. And sometimes the first step isn't walking outside, it's knowing they aren't forgotten inside. The illusion behind the wheel. It's a curious fact. If you ask people how good they are at driving, most will tell you they're above average, not just slightly better. Many genuinely believe they're far more skilled, more attentive, and safer than everyone else on the road. But here's the catch, statistically, that can't be true. The majority cannot all be above average. It's a contradiction baked right into our thinking, and it's known as the overconfidence bias. This mental blind spot doesn't only apply to driving, it shows up across countless areas of life. People routinely believe they're smarter, more ethical, more attractive, and more logical than the average person. This isn't just optimism, it's a distortion of reality, a kind of quiet self-deception that keeps our egos intact. But driving offers a particularly vivid example because it affects so many people, so frequently, and often with real consequences. You've likely seen this play out. Someone weaves through traffic, tailgates others, or speeds through a yellow light, and in their mind, they're not reckless. They're skilled, alert, in control. If someone else did the same, they'd call it dangerous. But for themselves, it's justified. Why? Because we tend to see our actions through a favorable lens. We assume we're the exception, not the rule. Psychologists suggest that this inflated self-image has evolutionary roots. Confidence can be a survival advantage. Those who believe in their abilities often take action and lead. But in modern life, especially behind the wheel, overconfidence can lead to poor decisions, misjudged risks, and unnecessary danger. It's not that people are lying. Most genuinely believe they're better drivers than others. They remember the good saves, the times they avoided an accident, the clever maneuvers they pulled off. But they forget the times they were distracted, careless, or just lucky. And they rarely see how their driving feels from another car's perspective.